Start.
Should I take second microphone now?
Yeah.
Or should...
Yeah, let's grab a second one. Okay. Leila? Let's go.
I'm just standing... This is the... I should stand. Or it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Let's just walk around. I'm planning on walking around. And I'll just say we're starting, and then I will let you introduce me, and then I will introduce you. So you want, because I want to say a few more things about you. All right. I think we're ready to start. Yes. Welcome. Welcome, lesbians. So yesterday we opened the conference and we're really, really excited to finally get it started. So Janar and I are going to be emceeing, is that the word? We're going to be hosting this, these 3 days.
Yeah, and I will introduce Evgenia for you. She's a brilliant feminist activist, human rights defender. She's working with international NGOs for over than 10 years, bridging the gaps, and so on and so on.
And Janar is our board member from Kazakhstan, and she's the co-founder of a feminist initiative, Feminita, in Kazakhstan, but also a poet, but also a powerlifter. And here I want to just, yes. And I just want to mention, because maybe some of you were lucky and followed during lockdown our LLLs, the Lesbians Listening Lockdown. And I think Janar is a true, not just an incredible activist, but also, you know, I think Janar embodies resilience and demonstrated it during that LLL, because she showed us how, when you're locked in your house, you can still, you know, build your resistance, build your strength with whatever is lying around. In her, you know, in our cases, a bottle of juice or another lesbian. So, yeah, I think that was very, very helpful and resourceful. No, we're not doing it. We are not doing it. It requires a slightly smaller lesbian than me, I think, I hope, even though Janar is super strong. All right.
Yes, we have housekeeping rules, okay? And you can see on the slide, which we will show you,
yes, that's my
the
job.
slide after another slide, this special QR code. So please take your phone and please look at these housekeeping rules, because we will have channel for our safety updates. Please. Be mindful that we cannot take photo of people who are not agreeing to take photo. They will be with red lanyards, okay? And people who do not want to take their photo, please sit in the back row. It's kind of signal that we cannot take photo of you, please.
And that way you're remaining also out of the sight of the cameras, so the back row is safe for anyone who doesn't want to be filmed or photographed.
Yes, exactly.
A few more technical information. We have interpretation in 5 languages. So, You have headsets that were available. If you haven't picked them up yet, you can go pick them up. The channels are, for English, it's channel 1. For Hungarian, it's channel 2. For Ukrainian, channel 3. And for Russian, channel 4. And also we have Spanish available with whispering, with chuchotage. So our Spanish interpreter is over there, so maybe you can stand up. There, thank you very much. And anyone who needs the Spanish interpretation should come and sit closer. A few more words about our interpretation.
Yes, and of course we cannot exclude Russian, not because of the geopolitical situation, of course, but because Central Asian people speak sometimes only Central Asian language and Russian. So it's the language of Central Asian region too. That is why we couldn't exclude that people who came to the conference from the very far away from home, and that is why we include Russian, only by that reason.
Thank you, Janar. And one more info about this. The microphones for any Q&A that will be, or any interventions that you want to have during the conference, there's 2 mics on the sides, so we're not going to run around. We'll ask you if it's possible to go to the mic. There is one that is filmed and one that is not. So if you want to take the floor, you want to say something, but not be filmed, this is possible. You will go to this mic. If you are fine with being filmed, you will go to that mic. And I'm going to ask Ilaria to quickly make what I just said available for Spanish people, since there's no headset.
Para la interpretación en español, hay aquí una persona que va a hacer interpretación con murmur. Entonces es aquí la persona, si necesitáis, hay algunas plazas disponibles. Mi español no está bien, ¿no?
It's all going to be all right. It's all languages all at once, actually. That's fine, right? Okay. So, just a few words from us, because then you're going to hear from a lot of wonderful people, and we're going to just be facilitating the different speakers and panels. But as we are starting, we thought it was really important to place this conference in this context. We like to say that our conferences are our lighthouses. I think we've all missed each other, especially after COVID and not having had the chance to be together. It should have been a year ago, so we even had to wait a year more before we could all gather, and we know how much these moments are important, how they fill us with the energy to continue our work, our activism, our fights. So finally, we're here. This is the 3rd conference. As you know, probably the first one was in 2017 in Vienna. 2 years later, we gathered in Kiev for an intense and very powerful conference under bomb threats, under tear gas, but we showed that we are not afraid and that we're going to continue standing strong, and they make us stronger when they attack us, because we can show them just what we're made of with our very lesbian kind of resistance and resilience. So now we're in Budapest for this 3rd edition. We really wanted to be here with our partners from Labris and Klit and the community in Hungary. Yes, applause for them. I mean, we're in a context of backsliding in human rights and democracy. Hungary is one of the most severely hit when we're speaking about our region. So our community is constantly targeted, women are targeted, so we wanted to be here to stand with our sisters here, but also as a signal more broadly for all our communities that are oppressed, that cannot speak up, that are attempted to be silenced, but to show that we will not be silenced, we will not be intimidated. We will march on Saturday, and we will march for all those who can't, like we marched in Belgrade for those who couldn't. So this is a really, really important message, and we thank you for all being here with us and for sending this message loud and clear. Well, we said it yesterday, but I think it's really important to say that despite this context and despite this being about very difficult context, we are all about celebrating. We're celebrating our community. Lesbians are joyful and they are a celebration, and I think that we're going to have a really truly wonderful time through the whole program, with the cultural program, with all of your interventions, and I think that that's what I wanted to say. Maybe Janar wants to add something.
Yes, I was told that we have also French whispering. You can see the hand, please look back. Yes, if you need French language, please. Also, I would like to again say about Euro-Central Asian lesbian community with asterisk. So we should remember that this is an umbrella term for lesbian, bisexual, queer and trans women, cisgender and both trans, all sex included. So it's inclusive asterisk. Please remember. Also, for information, please check your participant pack, I'm sorry, because it was prepared exactly for you by beautiful member teams, for example, Oana. So please check it, and please read the code of conduct that in your tote bags.
Yes, you have all received in your tote bags, in addition to the participant pack, the code of conduct. It looks like this, and it is important because we really intend to preserve a space as inclusive, based on values, feminist values of mutual respect, and so read it carefully, please, and we want to tell you that we reserve ourselves the right to, you know, if something goes wrong, if there is some breach of those values, we reserve ourselves the rights to take some measures, and that may include asking you to not be in the space anymore if this is to the detriment of someone else. Now, to prevent any of this happening, we also have a care team. Care team, please join me, join us on stage. Show your beautiful armbands. So, the care team has, so you can memorize them now, but also they are wearing those yellow armbands, so you can always, they're shining, they're glowing in the dark. They're wonderful. So the idea is that they will also have a preventive role. So they will be going, they will be attending different workshops, they will be in all the spaces. They can also, you know, if they see someone in distress or if they see something going on, they can take initiative and approach to check that everything is fine. But also, of course, they can play a role of mediator and conflict resolution. If you have an issue, do not hesitate, or if you spot something, if you see someone in a difficult situation, don't hesitate to approach any of them, and they will either redirect to the person who's best placed to deal with it, or help you, and then we will come up with a plan to help the situation. So don't hesitate. That's our wonderful care team. Go to them.
So also we will present you Budapest less brains and less biceps. So ELC team, please maybe just raise your hand or maybe stand up.
Stand up. The ELC
team, Dragana, Silvia, Leila, Ilaria, Oana and Isabella. Less biceps.
We also have Labris, who are also with us. So can you please, Labris team, stand up so we can see you. We have Dori, Yvette, Fanny, Maria, Anna, Nikki, Thea, and Antonia.
And Clit, please raise your hand. Dorka, Anna. At the door. Eniko and Renata.
Thank you to our partners so much. And last but not least, the volunteers. They're all over the place with their purple T-shirts. So a big shout out to the volunteers. I will not read them. Those who were there yesterday suffered me reading our donors. So I will spare you. Also because even though I was given a thorough list of them and I took my sweet time to read it, I did manage to forget one that was not written. It's not my fault. But you should know that the wine was offered by the Austrian embassy. So, but for the rest, you can appreciate their logos. But we are very grateful because, again, without our donors, we would have never been able to put together the event and come together. So, now, about the conference itself. You know the theme of the conference is resistance. We have 3 days, and each day will have its set of panels and workshops. And they are kind of gathered around 3 overarching sub-themes under that. So, for the first day, today,
we have a special theme, lesbians on the front lines. And you know exactly why lesbians, because we have to resist anti-gender movement, our government, our anti-LGBT haters and oppositioners. So this is the topic of the first day with 3 panels. Today is very intensive day.
So we'll be talking about the lesbians in action mostly, so on the ground and leading the fight literally. Tomorrow and the day after we have the themes of We Are the Revolution. The discussions will be about the ways that we are disruptive in different ways, how we create revolution, how we change the system, how we break the mold in different ways, in other spaces, with our bodies, with our loves, with our desires. And the third day, The Future is Lesbian, will be about looking forward for a movement and branching out a little bit, discussing how lesbians are involved in different sectors, how we're going to hack the future, but also how our movement, through coordination and partnerships with other regions, can go global. So this is for the overall program of the conference. And now we're going to finally stop talking us, and you're going to start hearing from other people. First, we have a message a video message sent to us by Commissioner Dalli from the European Commission, from the European Union. So let's hear it. And of course, it means a lot that the European Union has recently made a big step in our direction in hearing us. We've been knocking on their door a lot, but they are starting to listen, and they've been major supporters recently. You heard about it during the pre-conferences, some of you yesterday, but so we're very, very grateful that Commissioner Dalli is with us in spirit.
Dear friends of the Euro-Central Asian lesbian community, the EU has made great strides towards equal rights for the LGBTIQ communities, but in some parts of Europe and Central Asia, this progress is too slow or in reverse. Right-wing populist anti-LGBTIQ rhetoric and scapegoating are unacceptable in a union that strives for equality for all. Those supporting a policy that discriminates against people based on their sexual orientation are choosing bigotry, and we must be vocal in opposition to their intolerance. COVID-19 took a heavy toll on LGBTIQ people, exacerbating inequalities and rolling back rights and freedoms. We must ensure that everyone can feel safe and free to be who they are and love whom they want, where they want. The Commission has taken important steps to end the exclusion of and discrimination and violence against sexual and gender minorities. Last December, we presented an initiative to extend the list of EU crimes to cover hate crime and hate speech, including when targeted at lesbians because of their sex and their sexual orientation, amongst other grounds. Soon we will propose a legislative initiative on the mutual recognition of parenthood between member states, covering same-gender couples' relationship to their children. To fight the discrimination experienced by lesbian women, we must employ an intersectional lens. This is why measures in the gender equality strategy to improve the socio-economic position of women are of direct significance to LGBTIQ women. There are additional hurdles for lesbians who are trans, non-binary, black, refugees, or falling within other minorities within your umbrella. LGBTIQ persons who are fleeing the Russian aggression against Ukraine are especially vulnerable to discrimination and violence. We are using all the tools at our disposal to provide help. It includes funding NGO projects relating to safe houses for LGBTIQ people at the borders through the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values program. We know that lesbian civil society is underfunded. To follow up on its commitments in the LGBTIQ equality strategy, the Commission is now contributing to overcome this problem by providing Euro-Central Asian lesbian community with an operating grant under a new framework partnership. I thank the Euro-Central Asian lesbian community for your solidarity with civil society and LGBTIQ communities. Keep up the pressure. I am with you all the way.
Thank you. Thank you. And after that virtual message, we have message online from our Italian group of activists. Please take the floor. Italian lesbians resisting against fascism.
Fascist parties are again in power in Italy, for the first time since the Second World War. Human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the self-determination of minority groups have never been as at risk as they are now.
The winning coalition firmly opposes the rights of immigrants, people of color, and people with diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual characteristics. Now they are the newly elected government and they want to protect God, homeland, and heterosexual family. We know that our new government is going to harass migrant people, racialized people, disabled people too. Basically, everyone who isn't a white, cis, straight man is potentially in danger.
The lesbians living in Italy are afraid, but this will not stop us. We will continue to fight for the recognition of our existence, for the lives of lesbian women and people, and for all oppressed minority. Our fights are the same fights. Our pride is stronger than any discriminatory political position, and our existence are more nuanced than any fascist mystification. We are more than ready to smash patriarchal fascism while standing in mutual solidarity. Lesbians in Italy will fight back. Mattina mi sono svegliato. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Mattina mi sono svegliata e ho trovato l'invaso.
Okay, and we are going to the next message. So we have a special moment, solidarity with TGU, Transgender European Union. We will have a selfie time, so we ask you to stand up for this selfie, and people who would not like to be photographed, please take back row.
As you know, we are having our conference at the exact same time as TGU is holding their council in Berlin. We have co-authored statements, we have shared videos together with them, and we are keeping this spirit. They are also acknowledging our conference during the council, and we want to send them this strong message that we're together, we're united in this, we are stronger together, and so they will do the same. So we will figure out how, Oana will figure out how we're going to do a conference selfie. So please stand up so we can send them our selfie and get theirs.
Yes, and we need lights. Turn on, please.
Maybe
lights.
to turn on the lights for a minute so we can see the room.
Hi everyone, so I'm just going to take the selfie. What I want to ask you is if you could do a little heart with your hands for TGU, like this. Thank you.
Let's go down.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
That was so fast. Usually we take 10 photos.
I'm pretty sure I was blinking, so if we can do it again, because this always happens to me, but no? Fine.
Oana, we were not blinking?
Whatever. And now I think we are moving to our keynotes, and so we're going to finally have our very own take the stage. Join us here to start with the main messages for the conference.
Yes. So I will present keynote speaker Olena Shevchenko. She's feminist lesbian activist, head of NGO Insight, educator, defender. So please welcome her at the stage.
Thank you so much, Janar, and also Evgenia, for such an introduction. And many of you were yesterday on the opening reception, of course, yeah? And you all think that I will tell the same words. No, but that's not the case, of course. So, yes, it's very nice to see so many faces here, but I also hope that during the day we will see many others as well, because what I remember from the conference in Kiev, we had so many people, like the whole main hall was just, overcrowded, and I hope the same will be here. So, waiting for all of you on different panels and workshops as well. And yeah, it was a very hard task for me also to think what I want to say today to you, and especially taking into account that I know that many people from Ukraine are here. I want to thank the ELC team for the translation into Ukrainian. As far as I understand, that's the first time ever on such conferences the Ukrainian translation is provided on the official level. So thank you so much. So today is a very important day in terms of the theme, because we will talk about the resistance, we will talk about the survival, we will talk about our common fight for freedom and our common fight from violence, discrimination, and hate. So I came from the country which now is fighting for its independence and survival. I am the one who never thought that one day I will wake up in the center, in the middle of the war. I never thought I will have an experience as a refugee. I never thought I will be that person, the woman, lesbian, human rights defender, who in so many conferences, meetings, tried to defend all those international institutions in which I believed strongly. But one day, then the war started, I just realized that there are nobody from those institutions who will come to Ukraine and support us in this critical situation. And I was the one, and still the one, who still believe in this message that nobody should be left behind. But that's not the case as well, because it's just a fancy slogan for many international donors, humanitarian organizations, and so far and so on. But my experience also saying me that then you are in the center of the war, looking how missiles ruin your life, your city, and your country, you feel like you just can count only on yourself. But not only on yourself, only on yourself and your closest ones. And that's why we so much need our community. Because our community is our family, which built, I believe in that, on the shared values and our common experience. That's why we need each other more than ever in this difficult, hard situation. And I'm talking not only about Ukraine, because you know, in so many countries, the situation are not better. So many refugees, so many lesbians, bisexuals, gays, queer, transgender, and other people who don't have anything, no homes, no relatives, no money, they don't know what to do. And I never thought that we Ukrainians will be in the same position. And this is something which is very important to realize now, because even if you think that you are now in a kind of better position in the wealthy country, that can change in a second. And you know, many people still ask me, how come that you are still prioritizing lesbians in your work? How come that you are talking about women mostly? Why not everybody? Why are you not supporting everybody? And I'm saying that we are those women and lesbians who always come first to take care about others, who always provide support to the most marginalized ones. And now I'm also saying that first came lesbians. First came lesbians to support us. They just came and they never asked about our priorities. ELC came at the beginning of the war and never asked us about your priorities, your plans, your security issues. They just do. As all of us, we are not asking. We just keep going, we just keep doing, we keep our support to the most vulnerable communities. And I'm not speaking only about ourselves, you know it. So this is why I'm here now, to tell you that this is our main strength, that we are that community who understands how it's hard to be marginalized, to live in the countries with the huge level of violence. But we still have this strength to fight back. And this is why we came here today, and yesterday I also told about that, to Budapest, to support our sisters in this fight. And next time we will come to another place, and we'll be marching there, we'll have a conference there, we'll support each other. So happy conference, dear genius lesbians. And the selfie for Ukraine.
Thank you, Olena.
Thank you so much. It's hard to follow that. Thank you. We all need to take a moment. But the important thing is that we are here. We are where we are needed. We can only count on ourselves, but we can. We can always count on ourselves, and we will always be where shit is hitting the fan, not because of us. It's not our fights. It's not our wars. It's not our patriarchal system, but we will be there for each other, and we will be there for everyone else, because we have to fix up the mess, and we will. So now, turning to our second keynote, I'm really, really pleased to invite on stage Anita Kurimai. Anita is an associate professor of history in the US, specializing in modern European history, with an emphasis of East Central Europe, and with a research focusing primarily on history of sexuality, women's and gender history, conservatism and the politics of the far right, and the history of sports, and the author of numerous books. So Anita, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you so much for the organizers. This is such an important event, and I'm so honored to be here. And again, in terms of Olena's words, it's so hard to follow. But I want to just make a plea and also, expand what we mean by activism. And I want to make a plea how academics across the world can also play a role in it. So we don't have to be historians of gender and sexuality, which I happen to be, by the way, to recognize the importance of usable pasts or usable histories for non-normative gender and sexual identities. While we love and treasure people who break with the past and challenge heteronormative patriarchal formations without relying on any pre-existing support, most people, activist or not, agree that having access to existing queer feminist scripts have provided a lifeline for generations of lesbians. The ability to learn about those who fought patriarchy and gender and sexual conformity long before we were born has been crucial for lesbian and queer identity formation and activism alike. We also don't have to be historians to understand how histories have been written by winners, which until recently have meant the histories from the perspective of white men and the socioeconomically privileged. No wonder in these historical narratives, women, let alone lesbians and queer people, had little to no role to play. But there are a few other considerations that I would want to raise in thinking about the role of history for lesbian and queer activism in the past, present, and the future. Histories of lesbian organizing are still a rarity. There are plenty of reasons for this, many of which will sound familiar, but let me briefly highlight 4 reasons in the specific context of East Central Europe. Within and outside the walls of East Central Europe, academic institutions, homo and transphobia, along with sexism, have been very much and still is present. The perceived associations of one's intellectual subject with one's sexual and gender identity makes writing on queer subjects a challenging endeavor. And more recently, the explicit attempt to delegitimize and shut down gender studies programs and dry up funding for projects involving LGBTQI+ subjects have compounded the challenges of writing queer histories. As a historian, I also have to mention the issue of sources and lack of archives. In contrast to most places in Western Europe and the United States, where in the past few decades there have been collective efforts to create archives both within larger institutions and also more funding dedicated specifically to LGBTQI+ community archives, this trend has not been the case in the ECE and beyond. There have been few efforts on the LGBTQ communities on the ground, just to name a few: Karol Radzivsky of the Queer Archives Institute, Valentina Jankus at the National Art Museum of Romania, of course the Háttér and Labris own collections in Budapest. But overall, we cannot talk about institutional support for queer archives or primary source identification on any grand scale. Moreover, as I discovered in the case of State Socialist Hungary, which of course is true for other former post-socialist countries, there was an effort on the part of authorities to silence and erase pre-existing history of queer people through the destruction of archival evidence, which have important consequences for researchers today. In other words, we are left with intentional gaping holes in the historical record of queer past. In addition to archives and homophobia as to why histories of lesbian and queer organizing is still rarity outside of the West, we must contend with the conceptual framework for activism, which historically has presumed and required a public sphere with bottom-up activism, a privilege largely only Western societies could afford. Conceptualizing activism as a public act that formulates demands along Anglo-American political and social rights discourse has left any act that did not fit in such Western-centric frame outside of histories of activism. The last impediment to lesbian histories, in particular, what I would call unsavory and complicated figures of the so-called lesbian foremothers, individuals that do not lend themselves easily to our current intersectional, anti-racist, post-colonial politics. What do we do with figures such as Cecile Tormai, writer, leaders of Hungary's conservative women's organization during the interwar years, the largest women's organization to date in Hungary, whom the post-89 far-right have happily embraced as Hungary's greatest woman? How do we write a history of an anti-Semitic, nationalist lesbian who's an incredible organizer and a conservative activist? So what is to be done? I think we can all agree that historicizing both lesbian and queer discourses, official and popular attitudes toward them, as well as lesbian experiences, in other words, a project of recovering queer history, is crucial not only for history's sake, that is, in order to reinsert sexual minorities in the history of East Central Europe and Central Asian histories and beyond, but also as a moral and ethical responsibility given the current political situation in Hungary, in the EC as well as globally. So we find ourselves in a moment in which LGBTQ rights and visibility and gender, as many of our speakers already said, have become politicized to an unprecedented degree in places like Hungary, Poland, and Russia. And among others, queer communities are the center of ongoing efforts to limit human rights, destroy democracy, and propagate ultranationalist views steeped in heteronormativity. But in this environment, writing LGBTQ+ histories has become a political act rather than an intellectual exercise. Yet the political act of writing histories of lesbian and queer past is not and should not be mutually exclusive, with producing histories that portray the complex and messy historical realities of lesbian foremothers, including their sometimes unsavory nationalist, racist, and ableist views. Only then can these histories do historical justice and facilitate conversations about the contours of past lesbian identities. Thus, we have to grapple with the legacy of problematic historical figures who still played an important role in historical lesbian and queer visibility and activism. But writing these histories would also require new methodologies that account for both archival silencing of lesbian and queer subjectivities and also reconsider how we historicize activism. From reading into the silences, using art to reclaim sources that never got made into the historical record, and to continue important ongoing oral history projects, writing queer and lesbian histories will require innovative historical methodologies. Relatedly, we need to reconceptualize how we think of lesbian and queer activism in the past. New and exciting histories are needed to examine lesbian and queer organizing that took place in private and semi-public places and that had different demands and aims, such as aims of community building, again, along Alana's calling, how we had community building, creating safe networks, etc., rather than just legal or legislative change. In doing so, historians can counter the legacy of historical silencing of queer voices, as well as help broaden our current understandings of activism, present, past, and future. Finally, by producing histories that reinsert lesbians and queers into the larger political, social, and cultural histories, into the historical periods and regimes that current far-right and nationalist governments idolize, historians and academics more broadly can play an important role in challenging far-right narratives that frame the origins of queer activism and visibility as linked to the arrival of liberal democracy. Thus, writing queer histories that, for instance, in the case of Hungary and Poland, illustrate the coexistence of interwar conservative and national political systems that acknowledged and embraced certain forms of queer sexualities, can challenge official histories about a mythical nationalist past that was exclusively heteronormative and patriarchal, with no signs of gender and sexual non-conformativity, which understandably makes these histories ever more undesirable and ever more dangerous for current far-right and nationalist governments, providing one more reason for historians to write them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita. And with this, I think we're going full circle and closing the opening of this of the conference of this first day. So we're going to now move into the panels, but a quick overview of how the day is going to go. Today is a bit of a, as we mentioned already, is a bit extra special because it's going to be really full. We have 3 panels today. The next days we will have 2 per day. So today you have 3 panels and 2 sessions of parallel workshops. The first panel in which we're going to get into now concerns resisting the anti-gender backlash. We'll then have a coffee break, and every time you will see the same principle throughout the conference. You will have the workshops always listed in the plenary room. You'll have all the information. You also have it in your participant packs. The workshops are upstairs. The rooms are on the first floor. And the lunches will be in the atrium. So it's all happening in this general space.
Yes, and then we will have keynote speaker Shadi Amin, Iranian lesbian feminist activist. And then panel Lesbian Resistance in Time of Crisis, Ukraine. Workshops, coffee breaks. And then final panel of the day, panel Lesbians Heading Social Justice Movements.
And with this, we can now invite the first panel to join us. For resisting the anti-gender backlash, Biljana and all your speakers,
please come to the stage.
Join us on stage.
Yes. Okay. So, you know that anti-gender movement in many countries, and also particularly in Central Asia, became a new challenge. And they started from many aspects, such as, for example, anti-vaccinational program, abolishing the concept of bullying, and anti-LGBT rhetorics. In Kazakhstan, we have a fan of Feminita. Her name is Bagila, who is not only riding the horse, but also shooting a lot of videos where she tries to, call us many different words and so on. So this anti-gender movement, not only in Europe, but in Central Asia, became a new challenge where we have to create new alternative methods how to deal with that. So our speakers and Biljana, please take the floor. And
so
floor is yours.
We're just missing Dori, but she's there. We know, we've seen her.
Thank you.
Just to...
Yasemin, I saw you somewhere.
While we collect our lost speakers from the corridors of the CEU, just to introduce our wonderful moderator for this session, Biljana, who's, I'm going to brag every time this is ELC, because Biljana is one of our own ELC team, ELC family, a queer feminist activist and human rights defender from North Macedonia, the advocacy manager of ERA, the LGBTI network for Western Balkans and Turkey, as we have to say now, and someone who's done a lot of work and research and worked extensively on the anti-gender movement, so we couldn't be luckier to have you moderate this panel. Thank you so much, Biljana.
Thank you again, yeah. I think they oversold me, so that's not all
No pressure,
like that.
no pressure.
That also comes with a full package of anxieties and stress and whatnot. And actually, I wanted to start there. I'm really very tired. This has been really very intense period. So we spent a week in Belgrade with everything that was happening there, and with actually seeing the organization of anti-gender movements in practice, organized literally to beat us. Then with everything that was happening, I come here really very tired, and it is most probably that I will miss some important points. So that's why I want to start with asking for your patience with us, with me as moderator. After some questions that I will ask our panelists today, we will have a space for discussions and questions, and I will ask for your support there. So you can open that places that most probably I will forget, and our panelists will be very happy to discuss them as well. To open this panel, I don't know where to start. You know, should I refer to what Olena was talking or to what other speakers were talking? But that is all true. What we witness now is these anti-gender movements who are very organized, and they have been present for many decades. It's not new movement, right? They have always been organizing against the feminist movement, against LGBTI movement. But what we see now is much more coordinated, much well-financed movement. Even analyzing only the groups in Serbia who were protesting against us, and that is one example, but I think it shows it's example that shows how these movements are working. That group who was protesting against us, they all come from completely different ideological groups. On many other issues, they cannot see face to face. But then they are united, 20,000 of them, to protest on the streets against Europride that is supposed to happen in Belgrade. So that is not by accident, right? They did not sit in conference room like this to say, hey, you know, tomorrow we will hate the faggots. So that is one thing, you know, that we should look on that movement, that they are paid and organized. But the other thing is that they can look beyond their differences. They can look beyond that places of disagreements, and they can unite and be so strong on that one place that they agree. And in this case, that is their fight against gender equality and LGBTIQ. And my observation is that on our side, we don't have that kind of. Olena was talking about the solidarity and that we are here, you know, we are the people who needs to fight together. But we don't see that in practice, right? We see transphobic exclusion in the feminist movement. We see exclusion of sex workers, we see exclusion of black people and people of color, and we separate, and we forget that we all fight against the same things, right? We all fight patriarchy, we all fight clericalism, we all fight this heterosexism, etc., etc. And this is the objective of this panel. Of course, we will not find the answer, but we will try to explore how we can unite, you know, how to move forward. I hope that my panelists can share some of their tremendous work that they're doing in their countries. And maybe that will be the point of thinking, the point of exchange, and the point of building in the future together. So, sorry if that was a long introduction. And I have 5 wonderful panelists. I'm not sure that I'm able to introduce all of them, but I will give them the chance to introduce themselves in a feminist matter, right? Not to speak in somebody else's name. But also to help me with, because I was not prepared to read all your biographies, to be fully honest. But I will give you a chance to introduce yourself with the first question that I will ask. So you first introduce yourself and you ask your question. And of course, it's only logical to start with Hungary and Dorothea, who with her colleagues here, they are doing wonderful work in fighting against the anti-gender movements. But also Hungary is very specific because you are the host country in our region of this Family Congress, with many of the leaders of the countries, presidents and ministers are coming here to discuss that. So it's not only on the streets, it's in a high politics level, etc. So Dorothea, maybe you can introduce yourself, and maybe you can give us a little bit information on the context with the anti-gender organizing in your country. Thank you.
Now, oh, is it on? Yes, I hear myself. Hello, everyone. So my name is Dorottya Rédai. I work for Labris Lesbian Association. I also work as a scholar in gender and education when I can in this country. It's not so easy. And I've been doing a lot of work in Labris has been doing a lot of work, for the visibility of lesbians, and creating safe spaces and so on. We have done a lot of cultural work, publishing books, organizing festivals, having community events regularly, and recently, in the past few years, we found ourselves in the middle of this anti-gender movement, which I don't usually call a movement because in Hungary the main actor is the government. So I think that's very important because that's not the same in every country, but in Hungary it's the government that's behind all these anti-gender politics. And allied with like internationally, especially with the conservatives in the United States, also in Russia. So it's an international network, and they get their ideas from each other. Of course, they are also allied with the European similar political forces, like in Poland, for example. And so anti-gender politics has been gradually expanded in governmental politics. It already started when this current government came into power in 2010. They were taking slow legislative steps. So what's important is that not only in Hungary, but you can see very well in Hungary that anti-gender politics is part of creating an autocratic state, a very important pillar. And since this is an elected government by 2/3 majority for the last 12 years, this year was the 4th time they got 2/3 majority, they use this power that they gain from being elected to introduce anti-democratic and discriminative laws. So it's a kind of legal autocracy, and that we cannot really think about Hungary as a democracy anymore. And so this process has been gradual, but in the past about 3 years, the anti-LGBT component became very strong, and we can see now that they are starting to so they may be changing now for the women component. So now they started on trying to restrict abortion, because these are the three things: LGBT people's sexuality, children's sexuality, and women's sexuality that they are trying to control. And I'm talking about sexuality in the broadest sense. And so the focus has been recently on LGBT people's and children's sexuality. So this is the general context. I think.
Thank you very much, Dorottya. And actually, you raised the most important points about these anti-gender movements, because they are not movements. I agree with you. That is very well organized machinery that is supported by the states and by the leader of the states, but also they are able to mobilize a lot of people only because of their, as you said, it's step-by-step legislative changes or step-by-step public discourse changes, etc., etc. And they mobilize huge masses. So I would like to ask you, what do you do here in Hungary? I mean, with your organization, on other feminist movements or other human rights movements, how do you address this situation? How have you done it in the past? What are maybe your plans?
How we address it? Well, since we started to see, you know, started to notice this changing public discourse, this changing mentality. Our organization does a lot of education work, so we thought that children have to be educated about, you know, all this hatred, hate mongering, and discrimination, and so on. So we started to work in that direction, and which was why we published the now famous children's book that I wanted to show, but it's somewhere in some room somewhere, but you will be able to see it in the afternoon. We will have a desk where you can see it. Anyway, so we published this book that was which was immediately attacked by these anti-gender political forces, and that actually made it very successful, both in Hungary and internationally. And so this was one thing that we did. I mean, it was not. So the point, I mean, we had like pedagogical motivations to do this. The point was not really to, you know, to launch a war against the anti-gender forces, but this is where we ended up with all the LGBT organizations, because the government started to introduce restrictive laws against the LGBT community. So soon after the book was published, they took away the right from single people to adopt children, which was targeting LGBT people, because that was the only way for LGBT people to adopt children, if they are adopting as single parents. But before the book, like half a year before the book, there was already something in this direction when the gender recognition, the right to gender recognition from trans and intersex people was taken away as part of a COVID emergency law, actually. And then last summer, a so-called child protection law was introduced, in which the promotion of homosexuality and gender transition was banned in schools, in the media, and in advertisement. And our book can be sold now only in closed packaging, so like in plastic cover. Cannot be in shop windows, and they cannot be sold within 200 meters of churches and schools. And the whole thing about the book, you know, it's kind of turned into a movement, because both pro and against the book, there have been a lot of people mobilized with all sorts of ideas and messages about how children develop their sexualities. There was a big public discourse finally, because it had been a taboo topic before. A big public discourse on, you know, children's development and children's sexual development, and whether children can be influenced by children's stories about gay princes, or, you know. So it was useful in a sense that people started to talk about this. So this is something that we as Labris did, but eventually the whole LGBT activist community got united more than ever before. So we established a kind of informal coalition to fight back. And this April, when the national elections were, there was also a referendum on homo and transphobic questions, which were already set in the child protection law, but this was obviously part of Fidesz's campaign to get elected again. And there were 4 questions like, would you like your children to receive education about homosexuality in school without parental permission, these kind of questions. And as this was a referendum, we realized that it can only be invalidated if people vote invalid, because the questions were put in a way that answering no was not really kind of, not a lot of people would answer no, because the questions were phrased in a very manipulative way, so an invalid vote would be the good thing. And we ran this enormous campaign. It was coordinated by Háttér, the biggest LGBT organization, and Amnesty International Hungary. We also participated in it. And so we managed to get 1.7 million invalid votes in Hungary, which have, like, the total number of people who can vote is about 8 million, and about 6 million people went to the elections to vote. So that was really a huge number, and this is why we think that actually the LGBT activist community is now part of the remaining opposition to the government, because the government totally damaged their political opposition. It exists on paper, but it's really destroyed, actually. So it's civic activists who are still able to, you know, somehow express protest against governmental political and legal actions. The ways to protest have to be different, because they will not affect the government itself directly, but maybe we can talk about that later.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dorothea. We will come back to what you just started talking a little bit later, and maybe you can also talk later about the connections between LGBTI movements and the other human rights movement, like the meeting points, where do we meet and how do we move forward. I would like also now to move the discussions to Georgia. Especially in the whole region of Western Balkan, Eastern Europe, we see very strong pro-Russian influence in the narratives connected to anti-gender movements, but that is especially maybe notable in Georgia, with this polarization in the society. You're either pro-Russian or you're pervert, or I don't know what is the language in Georgian language. So, Marie, can you maybe briefly introduce yourself for the audience and tell us a little bit about the context at the moment in Georgia?
Okay, so yeah, I'm Mari. I use pronoun she, they. I'm from Georgia, and I've been involved in queer feminist activism already around 12 years. So throughout these years, I've had a chance to be involved in different groups, basically not only NGOs, but in non-formal organizing as well. My profession is human rights lawyer and also like gender researcher. And here currently I represent Lesbian Resistance, which is a non-formal, non-hierarchical group uniting queers from different parts of Georgia. And for us it's very important because one of the problems that we face in Georgia is centralization of NGO activism. So everything basically is based in Tbilisi, and it's really NGO dominated. So to countervene this somehow, we try to create this unity that goes beyond the center. So yeah. Now about the situation in Georgia. I don't know how to try to tell you the story about Georgia. Yeah, briefly to tell you, the shit is getting real. Not only in Georgia, but generally South Caucasus, and we are facing this like worsening situation every day, with war that's happening in Ukraine, but then war that's happening between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and all these power games and situation is getting really scary for queers especially, and the desperation that we face is visible in the trend that lots of queers leave Georgia. So lots of my friends, comrades, they try to escape the situation for very understandable reasons. But you're right, so to start from the beginning, the situation is really determined by Russia and Georgia, and because of our geopolitical location, I would say. The Soviet legacy, we can't talk what is happening here without touching up the Soviet Union, Russian imperialist ambitions that it has for Georgia. And it is really very much linked to anti-gender movements in the country, because when you look at the picture that's happening there, the strongest groups are financed by Russia. But I think there is some similarity with other countries as well, in terms that unfortunately our government that we have already for, I don't know, since 2020, the Georgian Dream, now is pretty openly pro-Russian. And this is something that we are really getting scared. But the problem is that the society has kind of lost hope to change, because, I don't know, it's like, it doesn't seem the Georgian government, current government, is going somewhere away. So, with being backed up by Russia. Since, I don't know, I was born exactly in the year when the Soviet Union was collapsed. So I was raised on the ruins of the Soviet Union. And throughout these years, there were two major discourses, as you mentioned. So basically, when Georgia tried to reinvent itself, these nationalistic sentiments were on rise, because we wanted to get back to our own identity, what it meant for us to be Georgian again after the Soviet Union was collapsed. And it ultimately meant that we went back to religion, and church was on rise. So basically, one of the main actors in our country is Orthodox Church, because it is believed in this nationalistic discourse that being Georgian means being Orthodox Christian. You can't be Georgian without being Orthodox Christian. So, and the church still is one of the strongest actor. And it's basically like a mafia. So the church has lots of power, money, and lots of criminals among them. So, and the country is partially governed by the church. We have, on the other hand, this political and business elites, which are the same. In parliament, we have businessmen, of course men, and they are the same. So now the situation is determined by this church, business, and political elites. And then there are, of course, some smaller groups, and as you say, these anti-gender groups are very diverse. They have different motivation in most of the cases. Some are more into religion, some are really nationalistic, meaning Georgia and stuff. And these small groups, I say that these small groups are composed of young people, teenagers from school who are taught these nationalistic ideas at school, what it means to be Georgian. But I really need to emphasize that when we look at this picture and when we say that these powerful people, who really know why they want to be in power, that's a different story. But we also see lots of young people, but not only men, getting involved into these groups and being aggressive. And I think that we need to also think about the reasons behind it, because I think there is this growing frustration, and it is linked to economic situation as well in our country, but also emptiness that comes with their existence. I think that they need to hold on to some ideas to feel that maybe their life has meaning. And it's a little bit problematic. So, I mean, it needs this analysis to be multi-layered and complex. And I don't know where I'm going with my speech, because I'm there and there, but I hope that I make sense what I'm saying. But I also, now to talk a little bit about our movement. So homosexuality was decriminalized in 2000. And then it took us 10 years for us to first time mark the public space. So it was in 2011. And since then, up until now, we've been trying to mark the public space, and we've not been able to do that. And for Georgian LGBTI movement, and I don't say Q because I don't cover queer under that terminology because I think that, yeah, it's a different story. Anyway, so the whole criticism of identity politics, that's very important, and in Georgia it's not happening, unfortunately. All these politics were focused on visibility politics. So NGOs were trying basically to only and I've been part of that throughout these years. We really try to have this space marked, and it was basically our strategy to let the society know that we are there. But we saw that throughout the years, hatred grew, and this divide grew, and then we saw that bridges were completely destroyed, and homophobia was on rise, and anti-gender movement was on rise, of course, because we are becoming stronger, but then the other side is becoming stronger. And I think that we need to go deeper into the analysis. Is this the strategies that we want to keep? Is this visibility politics the only way that we want to do our activism? Another question is that the problem in Georgia is that we try to copy this Western way of doing activism so much that we completely lose authenticity and like creating our own ways how we might need to do activism. So we are a lot disciplined by this, also like this Western gaze, like when we look at ourselves through this Western gaze and think that Western is the standard, and so we are stuck in this attempt to become West, and never good enough, never good enough to be like Western, but also better than East, because Georgia is like located in this on the border of Europe and Asia, so these narratives around trying to become West but being stuck in this process is very much visible. And for our community, it's problematic to have this copy-paste of what's been happening in the West, while we see that, for example, prides have been failing constantly, and the politics are very narrow and shallow, and this queer critique of doing LGBTI activism is very recent for Georgia. So now this is some of the aspects that, probably I wanted to mention about what's happening in the movement itself. But you can, and war, okay. One last point. So the situation is getting really, really serious because we have a huge wave of people leaving Russia and government doing nothing about this whole situation. And there is increasing sentiments, nationalistic sentiments, but also the situation is uncontrolled because, for example, students now cannot rent places because all the places are rented by those people who came. And now there's a protest rising of students' movement because they cannot afford living, they cannot afford staying and living in Tbilisi. And government is so pro-Russian that we have no regulations of whatsoever when it comes to, I mean, basically anyone can stay for. This frustration is scary because it's becoming violent, and it's, and government does nothing and people don't know what to do, and there is this, whole frustration.
Thank you, Marie. You raised so many important points, and you already shared so many of the characteristics of the anti-gender movements everywhere, not just in Georgia or in our part of the world. The influence of the church, not just Orthodox in your context, but also the Catholic Church and other religious leaders that they have. What you were talking about, the socioeconomic impact, that is also very visible in the Balkans. I don't know, maybe Jenny can touch upon that for Albanian case. But in the other countries, we see that many groups, many social groups of the society are mobilized in the anti-gender movements only because of our history, with very bad privatization, with high-level corruption, and also we come also from Yugoslav society when there was not much political debate in the public, so people are not taught to critically think or to engage in politics, etc. And for many years they were silenced until some governments changed, for example, in Macedonia, people now started talking, but they understand these messages much more because of the lack of education, as Dorothea was speaking. And in a way, all the frustration against the system, against bad socioeconomic position, bad health, bad social protection, they vocalize it in these movements because it's part of their self-actualization, self-realization. This is their political engagement. And that is also our failure as a feminist movement, as a LGBTI movement, to reach to these people and to be with them, to be in solidarity with them, to work with them, and actually for them to understand our messages. And that is sometimes also a problem because our messages are very abstract. They talk about the protection of children, protection of our future, protection of nature, and we talk about human rights. That is not tangible and not understandable for these people who suffered all this. So with this, Mari, thank you. And later on we will come back to you about the ideas, how to move forward. And the question that you asked really struck me, and I think it's a place that maybe we should open discussion with everybody upon. Visibility is very important, but is it enough? Is it actually enough to mobilize and to strengthen our movement? So I will move now to Albania, to our neighbor country. Because in Albania the anti-gender narratives have been present for, again, many decades. But now, in these 2 years, I think, almost instantly, almost overnight, they became so present, so visible, and only because of, I think the trigger was one case, a lesbian couple who wanted to register their children, and they are still unable to do so, no? So, Jenny, if you'd like to introduce yourself first, and then...
Yes. Hello everyone, my name is Jenny. I've been a lesbian feminist activist in Albania for 14 years now. For many years I've been the only out lesbian in the country. You might think it helps with the girls, but no, it scares. It scares them. Biljana made a little good introduction when it says that when it comes to the Balkans, and someone would tell me, Jenny, one day you are going to have, you know, anti-gender, anti-LGBT movements. I would say in Albania, people are so lazy, they'll never get involved in this, you know. They never protest and they never organize. But as Biljana said, also due to race of poverty, due to lack of social policies, due to a very corrupted government, the people discontent started to grow and grow. And I think now it's in the maximum. And this kind of movements try to profit from this kind of social situation and, you know, start. In Albania, it started around 1.5 years. We have always had debates with religious groups, but they've never been very aggressive. They've been more mediatic and more like fueled by the media just to have clicks and views, not organized. But 1.5 years, 2 friends of mine decided to have kids, and they had 2 twins. So when I was invited in a TV show to talk about some legal initiative that Stonewall in UK started about Parent 1, Parent 2 registration, during the debate, the media where I was manipulated the titles and what I was saying. And they said that, you know, LGBTI community in Albania is asking for the term mother to be erased. And you can imagine what a sentence like this creates in a very patriarchal society when, you know, mother, it's like the highest figure and the most important figure. And the backlash that this kind of statements that I never said had for the movement and for me personally. And the fact that all this debate talking about Parent 1, Parent 2 was made, presented as the Albanian community was asking for it, like not as it was a discussion about some other countries. Like we never asked in Albania to use this kind of term because we know what kind of provocation would be for the Albanian society. We were all the time articulating that the two moms would like to be recognized as two moms in legal both as mothers in legal documents. And what happened immediately after the debate, it is that a huge hysteria exploded in the media. Immediately, a religious group, especially an evangelic pastor, exploited this situation because he wanted to, to gain more political leverage for himself. Media, especially media run by conservative parties, took this issue and tried to build this narrative of the LGBTI community being against family, trying to use a language that is against the traditional family by introducing parent one and parent two and erasing the term of mother and father and the concept of mother and father. This religious pastor also said, they want to put as number as the Nazis put to the Jews. Like the language that started to be used was such aggressive that we have never, like even when I came out in 2012, I didn't saw that level of hate in society. What happened is that, religion have been fighting each other for 2,000 years, but the LGBTI community has managed to do what no other community has, unite them all against one enemy. And they all come together after this. They created, also being supported by many public figures that I didn't expect it, they would join them, created this traditional coalition for traditional family. They were in all medias, building their own narrative and making us look, as the biggest threat for the traditional family in Albania, like perverts, like sick people, like people that, didn't love their mothers and their fathers. And what happened with the media that I was totally disappointed, and that has never happened in the past, because they have been allies for many years, it was that the media was not neutral anymore. You could see in debates that media was keeping their part. And this is what really freaked me out, because it made me understand that we are left alone in this challenge, and even people that used to be supporters, they were like, okay, we can support you to have a pride or to have some rights, but we cannot support you to have family rights. And that was also very, very disappointing at that moment. And what we saw, it was that we had a rise of hate crimes. And immediately, 1 week after the debate started, and they didn't finish, they continued for many, many months. We had a trans woman being beaten in the street by some teenagers calling her, like, yeah, you want to put parent one, parent two. And when I was walking in the street, people would call me parent one, parent two. It's stupid, but it happens. And they would stop me, ask, why do you want to erase the term mother? Even though we tried to control this and to bring our own narrative, it was very difficult because we didn't have any media to support us, to tell the truth. So we were just left by using social media to, explain to people that, this news was manipulated. And this narrative is being manipulated for some groups to put forward their own agenda. What we did then, because we didn't know what to do anymore, is we decided to report this pastor, and it was the first time that it happened in Albania, because they are kind of untouchable, to report it at the Commissioner Against Discrimination. I didn't have much hopes that he would come with a verdict, because then a new debate was open, you know. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion were being portrayed as they were in danger by the LGBTI community. And they were playing the role of the victim, even though that was not the place, because this pastor was using very clear hate speech in all media, threatening us and putting us in danger. And then a new battle started, that was the legal battle against him. And he didn't stop there. After some months, he was, and you could see very well that this time, this movement was very well financed because he had resources. He started to make videos of LGBT activists being in shows with him, and he was cutting the videos in a way that it would make us look aggressive and bad. And put us things in the mouth that by manipulating them. And there were some videos in English about drag queens going in school and trying to do sex education, and he manipulating them as, you know, we want to go in schools and turn kids into gay. You could see that it was a campaign well-financed by evangelic groups in the US, and having a lot of political support in Albania as well, because he started to have meetings with politicians as well. Having a lot of support by media as well, because many religious representatives in Albania have even their own shows, where they play, you know, the role of the ones that are helping society, are playing the role of the state, because in our countries, unfortunately, the role of the state is very weak. And what happens after some months is that he brings this lesbian ex-lesbian from Italy, a very well-known journalist, maybe the Italian delegation knows, an ex-lesbian, that's how she called herself as well. And they go... Yeah, they go in this national television to talk about conversion therapy, and they talked about 3 hours about that. I was not in the show. I was watching this at home, and I thought I would have a stroke. And at one moment, a feminist, Albanian feminist, was in the show, and I write her a sentence, and I tell her, you know, you ask this ex-lesbian. I wanted to say, once you try pussy, you are always going to search pussy, but my girlfriend didn't allow me. She said it's so much, Jenny, like, be careful. So I wrote to her, tell her, once you try the peach, you are always going to search for the peach. In Albania, everyone knows what it means, you know. Just because I wanted to delegitimize a little what they were talking about, because it's nonsense, like ex-lesbian concept, you know? And she said it live, and then it became news everywhere in the media. And at the end of the show, this pastor says, on Sunday we have this sermon, where this ex-lesbian is going to explain her process of becoming ex-lesbian. And I invite everyone. And I listen, I invite everyone. I said, okay, now we are going to go to church. So we gather a group of 10 activists. With us was also a sex educator. This is a feminist, very supportive in Albania. And it's the nightmare of this pastor, because she really destroys him. And we tell to each other, you know, and especially to her, be careful, we don't provoke, we just go, we listen to this bullshit, and just our presence there, it's resistance, you know, and it's going to make them understand that we are going to not stay without doing anything and leave you make all this show that is fake, you know. So we put rainbow masks. It was the COVID time. We go like walking inside the church. Everyone freezes because they recognized us. They try to be very polite, you know how religious people are, you know, and we sit and we get surrounded by them. It was my first time in a church. I'm Muslim, so I've never been there. And this girl comes and starts to cry, you know, and she tells me, I'm so happy. You come here, you know, to find yourself and to find love. And I tell her, yeah, my girlfriend was near. I told her I found love. She's my girlfriend, you know. But I'm happy to be here with you and to share, you know, this moment. And then this Italian lesbian comes and she meets me and she says, you are the ex-lesbian. She comes and she says, you are the famous Albanian lesbian. I say, yes, I'm the famous lesbian here. Not ex yet. And then it took some time to the pastor to come out. I think he was a little nervous and he started to talk and he said, I'm very happy, a group of very special people are here today. And then the ex-lesbian starts to talk and I've never heard in my life so much bullshit, you know. She was telling how her exes were very jealous and how lesbians fight with each other in bars and like pour the hair from each other. And everyone was like hypnotized. And all my colleagues were telling me, please, Jenny, can we leave? When are we going to leave? I told we have to show respect to them, you know? Just suffer a little more, it's for the cause. And we stayed, and then we couldn't anymore. And I said, we have to go now. Thank you very much for the respect. It was a very interesting experience. And actually, we went there because we wanted to make a press release. And me and my girlfriend this pastor hugged me, and we have that on video. It's a very special moment. We used it in the media, it's good. After we go out of the church, I kiss my girlfriend in front of the church, and we make this statement by using a very religious language. And because Christy, my colleague, used to be Protestant, so he's a journalist as well, very good in, you know, using these building narratives. And we say we enter the church with open heart and open mind to see, you know, to find God. And me and my girlfriend, Livia, come out and we love each other even more than before, you know. We are not ex-lesbian. And we use some Corinthians, yes, and we tell to the pastor, you know, we showed you that we love and we accept everyone. Now it's your turn to show it to us and to all society. And we send it out to media, and it was in all media, you know, it was everywhere. And that was kind of a game changer, you know, because that was a way of doing activism in a peaceful way without, you know, disrespecting anyone, and but, you know, making a point and telling them that you cannot silence us and we can fight, you know, with your own means, with your own Bible verses. And after that moment, fortunately, he started to, and also the commissioner took decision that he did discrimination, so that was also a very, very strong statement that made him pull back a little, and now his wife comes to debates. And she's building a lot this anti-abortion rhetoric as well. That is something that has never existed in Albania before. So you can see that they have two very clear agendas taken forward. But as I said, my concern in Albania is that as being a poor country without a role of the state that is strong, this kind of groups, like religious groups, and we also have very strong Muslim religious groups, and a lot of finances from Erdogan and from Saudi Arabia and Arabic countries, and the way they work is that they work in small communities we cannot reach, small towns, by giving a lot of money and by giving a lot of religious education that by people is seen as the only way of education when you don't have schools and cannot access education. And by doing so, they brainwash these communities, they use these communities for their own purposes, they play the role of the state and the role of the God, you know, they are seen like very, very strong structures. And, you know, it's, they are going to be, you know, the ones that are going to be against abortion, against us, and they are building this kind of narrative. And we don't have the resources, we don't have the capacity to bring our messages so far. So my concern now is, now that we don't have media, now that we don't have political support as before, now that the anti-Western sentiment for the first time in Albania is rising. We used to love like American, and you dreamed about being part of European family. But we are losing this now. Now that all these elements are building up, I see a big danger in the country, and I don't know.
Jenny, thank you. I'm very happy that you was able to join us in the last minute. Actually, last night it was decided that Jenny will join us. And I mean, there is so much to comment on what you said, but we have very little time, so I will skip that for now, maybe at the end. But I will just say thank you very much for sharing this experience, this act of activism in a way that you did. I think it's a brilliant example, and I will just park it here, and then later we can continue talking about it, and maybe people in the audience have some similar examples to share. That would be very good to hear. I will now move to Turkey, and I hope we were so successful in Turkey as you were with the pastor, but we were not, unfortunately. And in Turkey also the anti-gender movements, the source is the head of the country, but also the result was one of the most tragic in the region, with the withdrawal of Turkey from the Istanbul Convention. And we are afraid that that set very dangerous precedent for the whole Europe, even in Central Asia, not just for our part of the continent. So, Yasmin, thank you for joining us. Can you briefly introduce yourself and tell us what happened in Turkey and how we get here? And maybe also you can continue to talk about your work and how did you address it. Thank you.
Erdogan is a danger for every human being, and even for the plants and animals. And after talking after Albania, I am very unlucky. After such a smart and funny speech, I will talk about boring policies. Sorry. I'm Yasemin, and I'm 27 years human rights lawyer and activist, and I'm LGBTI and feminist activist. My organization is Chaos Gay and Lesbian Association. This organization is one of the biggest Turkish LGBTI organizations and one of the first established two organizations. And my organization is the first legally, officially registered organization in Turkey, and I'm one of the co-founders of the organization. When we started in early 19s, in Chaos GL started its work by publishing a magazine, LGBTI magazine, but not entertaining things about politics and how to gather the LGBTI how to start an LGBTI movement. Because before us, there wasn't any LGBTI movement in Turkey, and Turkey is, although secular, a Muslim-based country, and it was, for me, in my teenage times, it was, for me, impossible to dream about meeting another lesbian, or being the existence of another lesbian, or being a part of an LGBT organization. I couldn't imagine that we were that far away from the start point, although we had a very strong women's movement since the Ottoman Empire time. The Armenian feminists, Jewish feminists, Turkish feminists getting together, suffragette, we had the suffragette movement, and Turkey is one of the first countries who gave the right to vote to women. But still, although we had strong roots in the women's movement, we didn't have any LGBTI movement until the late 80s. Then, after we started by publishing a magazine, LGBTI magazine, we have two targets: to separate our words, because the whole media attitude of the mainstream media was very homophobic and transphobic. Spread our own words to stop the homophobia and transphobia, and tell the LGBTI people not they are alone, that we can get united and organized, and convince the society about defending human rights of LGBTI people. So we started by building allies with women's organizations, green people, oppositional people, and we reached such a point that we began to collaborate with oppositional political parties, starting from the Kurdish party, because the Kurdish people also suffer from the nationalism, fascism, racism, discrimination of the state policy. And in Turkey, from my opinion, even if the governments change, there is a state policy that never changes about Cyprus, about Kurdish people. Every government should have to take that state policy. If they don't, there becomes a punishment against the government. The balance, you cannot change the balances of state policy easily, because we had strong roots to Ottoman Empire, political thinking about nationalism. So, by building allies, we work with unions, academia, human rights organizations, and mainstream media for years, and we began to make a change in the society in a way that slow, but in a way that we could had some partners with us. That's what everyone should do. If we defend human rights, we should get together with all the other groups. And when it came to 2013, after 20 years, there was the Gezi Park protests in Turkey. Maybe some of you have heard. The biggest protests against the government nationwide. And believe me, for months, millions of people were in the street, like Wall Street movement. And it began with a park just to protect the trees, because it was our area, only liberal area for feminists, oppositional thinking people, LGBTI people. And then it became a great movement in Turkey, and it took months, and Erdogan was first time afraid of losing all his power. He escaped to Africa somewhere the same day and stayed a week, something like that. And then at the Gezi Park protest, people first time saw that LGBT movement is quite active and very strong, get unite easily, and nearly leading one of the leading groups of the Gezi Park protests. So we got very visible. That made us a target of the government. They could ignore the existence of LGBTI people before they understood that we gained power inside the society, because we have a demonstration in 2013 with 100,000 people marched at Gay Pride Istanbul. So it was an amazing crowd for a Muslim-based population country. So we began targeted after 213, and after the military coup attempt at 2015, the pressure came to all oppositional thinking people, intellectuals, all oppositional political parties, all NGOs, but to us also. Why we are targeted, for me, is because we are strong now, we are visible, they cannot ignore our existence, and I guess the backlash in gender policy is not about only gender policy. We cannot separate the gender policy from the other political issues like economy, the power relations, patriarchal power. They don't want to give up. They want women as their servants. So when the women's movement, women's rights and LGBTI rights raise, the polarization is unavoidable, from my opinion. These anti-LGBTI movements just show me that we are much more strong than them. So they had to get united. But what we don't have is funding, power, because the lesbian lobbying is, I guess, one of the poorest lobbying groups all over the world, because many lesbians doesn't have family support, state support. So, but the men, heterosexist thinking patriarchal men, they all have the power and money, so they can manipulate the society against us. We get the power from ourselves, they get the power from different concepts. So we are weak in some ways, we are strong in some ways. And as I said, we cannot separate the policy, gender policy, from the other policies. It's a simple example that some Western countries support Middle East countries to be on war all the time. And then the refugee crisis starts because people want to escape from the war. And then Western societies begins to complain about the people escaping from war to Western countries. Then Western countries can convince their voters to vote for themselves to protect their country from refugees. Very simple tactic, I guess. So this gender policy is also working this way. They are easily convincing patriarchal man having the power and doesn't want to share it with us, against us, and easily can make us target and manipulate the society.
Yasemin, can I ask you one sub-question? When you continue talking, if you can address this, because what you shared leads us to this point of my question. The attack on Istanbul Convention started from Erdogan. Was he the first who attacked the Istanbul Convention? And then that attack mobilized a huge amount of anti-gender movement and strong language against gender equality, against transgender people, etc. So maybe if you can also reflect.
I was just about to talk about that, because the withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention doesn't come to Erdogan's mind in a minute, I guess. in Commission on the Status of Women meetings for 2 decades, Vatican, Catholics, Muslim African countries, and Russia getting together against the gender policies. They hate each other, but they can easily unite when it comes to women's and LGBTI rights. And Erdogan learns from there. And I guess the anti-LGBTI movement started from US because the most anti-LGBTI movements, powerful with money and big campaigns, is in US. Then West Europe copied it from US, and Erdogan copied it from the Hungarian Prime Minister, I guess. He's following Hungarian Prime Minister. And in Commission on the Status of Women, it's for more than 2 decades. This was the anti-gender movement. And now it's important from one region to the other region. And in Turkey, the homophobia is state-sponsored, coming from the government itself, not coming from the society. It's not in the society's agenda as it is in the government's agenda. But he was the first to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention. Because he always thinks that he is the leader of the world. So he wants to lead the anti-gender movement probably. Maybe some of you know, but Turkey was the first country to sign the approve the Istanbul Convention and first to leave. Erdogan is very confused about any policy. One day, either about internal affairs or foreign affairs. One day he is the friend of Assad. The other day he goes to war with Syria. One day he talks to Putin, the other day he talks to Biden. And he can change the policy in opposite way easily because he's a very populist leader. He doesn't have any policy except the radical Islamic policy. Sorry, I will check my notes. The withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention, Erdogan targeted LGBT people for the reason from the withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention. He said that the LGBTI people will ruin our family values, so we have to give up this Istanbul Convention. But this is a big lie because after approval of Istanbul Convention, they did nothing for LGBT people for the implementation of the convention to Turkey about LGBTI people. And the excuse was LGBTI people because the target was also women's rights, I guess. And this policy, one radical Islamist newspaper was targeting Kaos Shia and LGBT movement for 2 decades, before even Erdogan. But now they are getting much and more supporters, and last week, first anti-LGBTI rally happened in Turkey, but I didn't feel upset. I didn't feel threatened because 150 organizations called the demonstration and only a few thousand people joined. Because it's not in society's agenda, it is government's policy. And they couldn't convince even their society to come together to demonstrate against the LGBTI people. And after that, Ministry of Family Affairs a few days ago made a speech and stepped back, and she said we have to protect all citizens' human rights. So I'm not supporting the anti-LGBTI rally. As I said, you like Erdogan, they do it one day, the other day they say the opposite. We don't understand what is the state policy of Turkey. And during the pandemic, like Catholics, we don't have church and head of church, fortunately, anymore. We don't have any halife like your head of church, but we have a state official like head of religious affairs. And during pandemic, he called the LGBTI people as the reason for pandemic, like some Catholics. Erdogan and Minister of Interior Affairs is targeting LGBTI people continuously, and some radical Islamic groups. I believe that they are marginals, not more than 5% of the society, are against LGBTI people, very obviously. But if we win the elections and have a new government without Erdogan, I am hopeful for our future, because we got strong, and now it's our time. People are singing Ciao Bello here, in Iran, in Turkey, and in La Casa de Papel.
Thank you, Yasemin. Thank you. And thank you for ending on a positive and optimistic note. I think that's what we really need. I'm sorry we didn't have much time to talk more about what you were doing, these campaigns around Istanbul Convention, but Yasemin is here for a few days, and you can always come to Yasemin and we can talk about it.
I would like to mention one thing. We are not as creative as you when we are making an action against something. But once the gay pride was banned by the government, and the LGBT movement decided in the same minute, separate all around Istanbul. We couldn't get together, so we were everywhere. And everywhere we were, we read the same press statement, took the videos, put it on social media, and we were trendy topic. Then we were everywhere, so we were together. They couldn't ban it. We are not as creative as you,
no,
but it's again.
Yeah, it is actually, and it was very successful. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, we have 10 more minutes to finish this panel, and we will not have time for questions. I apologize for that. But some of the organizers can help me at what time. We have a workshop specifically focused on anti-gender, and everybody who is interested is invited. I will be there with some other people. That I forgot their names, I'm sorry, I'm really tired. But you come there and we'll continue this discussion, and we can think how to move together forward. Now, I'm very happy to have Malin here with us, who is member of the European Parliament, and also one of our voices there in the Parliament for, raising our concerns there. The other thing that connects us with Malin is that we were together in Belgrade and we follow the situation there. So, as a brief introduction before I ask the question, today we spoke that anti-gender movements are attacking gender and attacking LGBTI, and we circle around this. But our analysis are also showing that actually women, all women, right, LGBTIQ people are actually instrumentalized by the anti-gender movements, who are very diverse, you know, from state representatives to church, to media, to business, to citizens. They instrumentalize us to reach their own goal. And their own goal is to preserve the world order as it is, as Yasmin also said, to be ruled by white, cisgender, heterosexual, rich men from the global north, and nobody else to reach that place of power. So in a sense, if we see these movements like that, they're in the core of anti-rights movement. They're anti-democratic societies movement, no? The other part of our analysis shows that the states, if they are not part of these movements, even if they're not part of this movement somewhere, they are enhancing them or strengthening them with the lack of action. For example, in what we saw in Belgrade, this peak in a way, to have 20,000 people on the streets, you know, with crosses and these church clothes, is inactivity of the state. The state does not punish hate crimes against us, does not work on building comprehensive programs of cohabitation on any level, not just sexual orientation, gender identity. They don't work on changing attitudes or building these societies. So I'm sorry for a very long introduction. You're a politician and you work with states. So maybe you can share your view on the role of the state or the role of the political parties or the role of the rise of anti-rights, far-right political parties that we now witness in enhancing the anti-gender movements globally. I'm sorry if the question is complicated, so you can talk about whatever you want. I just shared what I had to share. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Biljana. I must say that it was funny when I listened to you, Jenny. When I was just newly elected in the European Parliament, the Pope was invited to come to the European Parliament, and there were some of us that were not so happy about that. Normally only heads of states are invited, but this is head of a church. So I took upon a rainbow boa and I went into the hemicycle, you know, and you know, there were some photos and things like that. But then I found myself at Smoker's Corner and then a French MEP said, "What is that? What is that thing?" So they wouldn't even know, like my big protest. They didn't even realize my act of resistance. So, but just to say that in the European Parliament, as being, you know, I'm a feminist activist, feminist lesbian activist. I've been doing other things, but since I'm on my second mandate now, elected in the European Parliament. We work cross-party on these issues, but I see also that we have, in terms of how to name this, how to stand up towards these attacks that we see in all your countries, but also in many others. The way, at least from my point, I've been thinking about this a lot, they're of course anti-gender, but they're so much more than that also. So maybe we should start to call them out for all that they are anti-democratic, that they are authoritarian, that they are anti-feminist, and that they are racist, so that we don't miss any of the possibilities also to strengthen our force against them and our mobilizing possibilities against them. And so that's what I try to do in the European Parliament, and it's sometimes a little bit more difficult because people work to work in silos, and that also, you know, when you are a lesbian or when you're an LGBTI person or women, or you feel in your body that you're attacked, so you are very, very, you know, concerned onto your very being. But that makes us even more important in this resistance and in building this broader mobilization, because we can be the ones that break the silos also. And when I work in the European Parliament, I see that these forces, like you said in Turkey, they're not only hostile to women and LGBTI rights and lesbians, they're hostile towards the planet. Towards, you know, they are climate deniers, they are racists, they are connected over these lines also. And I think one of the strategies we have to be careful about is the way they also want to take control over democratic institutions. And with democratic institutions, I mean the media, the judiciary, how they try to close down civil society and civic space, etc. And in some countries they have even succeeded already, like Dori was saying here in Hungary. But in places where they haven't yet, we have to be very strong supporters of the institutions. When they have already taken control of the institutions, we have to undo that. And I would say that, for example, in my country now, we always speak about the far right also. The far right is, of course, the most authoritarian, the most anti-feminist, the most anti-LGBTI, you know, so they are worst in everything. But who partners up with them? They are now being partnered up with, like in Italy, with, you know, what is the, you know, in the right-wing parties. It's maybe irresistible to take over power, even with the help of these authoritarian forces. And we have to be there to try to stop that, of course. And in my country, Sweden, the far right party, the Swedish Democrats, they got to become the strongest political force on the right-wing side of politics. But the other right-wing parties didn't have mind to partner up with them to take power. And that is a very, I mean, this is very dangerous. And the first thing they are discussing is public service media, what to do with that. So they are inspired by each other, because I know in Hungary and the other countries, that's where they started. So we have to be very vigilant, know their strategies, but never lose what is our strategy. And that is, I think, to be those that break those silos, that construct a stronger mobilization force against this. And I think we, as lesbians, as feminists, have one of the key roles to play there. But also, you know, migrants' rights associations and climate fighters. I think we have very strong mobilization. And in the end, as institutional space it might be, I also think that we should take political power. So that's also a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Malin. I sign everything you said. And I'm very sorry that we didn't have more time with you, because I wanted to go a little bit deeper in what we witness in Serbia, but I hope we will have many opportunities in future to work together. I have a question now for everybody, but only one sentence, really. Literally one sentence. You think it very well. How to move forward? I think Malin already said, but if you think to add something, you will have a chance. Whoever wants to say. So, okay, 2 for you. But, I mean, not literally, but just briefly.
Okay, I wanted to read something. It's not big, it's short. But maybe there's some answers. So, the list of acts of resistance is endless. Everything from foot dragging to walking, from sit-ins to outings, from chaining oneself up to treetops to dancing the night away, from parody to passing, from bombs to hoaxes, from tattoos to body piercings, from pink hair to pink triangles, from loud music to loud t-shirts, from memories to dreams. And the reason for this seems to be that definitions of resistance have become bound up with the ways that people are understood to have capacities to change things through giving their own resistant meanings to things, through finding their own tactics for avoiding, attacking, undermining, enduring, hindering, mocking the everyday exercise of power. That people can create their own ways of living, their own meanings and capacities. What I want to say with this is that sometimes we forget that resistance is really so many things. Sometimes I believe that I had to be standing in front of a tank or be constantly in front of the, I don't know, on the forefront of the movement. And I think that we should realize that just by barely existing and being queer and by, I don't know, surviving or holding hands, taking care of each other, taking care of ourselves is also a very powerful way forward. And I think it's very sometimes narrow and shallow understanding of what resistance should be if we think that only visible forms of resistance are powerful. It is not always important for the dominant thing to see our own resistance, especially in the very restrictive environments. We might not be visible, we might not be, you know, daring to stand in front of the text because it's not possible, but there's so many things that we do. And I think that, yeah, we should reconceptualize this, what is resistance for us, and just really go deeper. I don't know if you understood what I wanted to say, but yeah.
I think that it's very important, what Malin said, to be allied with other groups that are protesting against these kind of forces that are trying to impose this world on us that we don't want. But it's also very important to get as much influence of the media as possible, because everything is happening in the media now and on social media and traditional media, so that's very important. And the other thing, from our story, I think we have to be brave and just create scandals if that's the means. I mean, we didn't intentionally create a scandal, but we did in the end. So now we know that we can create another scandal if necessary. Somehow we can start thinking about our next scandal so that we get, we get enough attention, we get enough visibility, we get enough support, we get also money. Easier if you know there's a big scandal around us, there are more supporters as well. So we have to be really bold and just, you know, explode sometimes some things in the air, and then yeah, we'll see.
Thank you.
For me, I think that everything starts from one person stopping looking herself from the others, people's eyes, but the eyes of her own heart, then unite, then build allies, and then ciao bella.
I didn't wanted to mention the Belgrade episode, but last week in Belgrade, the Albanian team actually was attacked by a group of hooligans. And when my psychologist asked me, "What do you feel like? Do you feel like crying? Do you feel like that?" And I told her, I feel rage, but a huge rage, like not a small level of rage. And I think all these situations we are living, and we are going to live these years, is going to, you know, make us have a lot of rage. And today I remembered about a sentence I read once that it's a lesbian is the rage of all women to the point of explosion, you know. And then I realized that when I was a teenager, all this rage of not being accepted, I turned into damaging myself. But now through activism, you know, rage was my biggest power. So I think what we can do is all this rage, get it and turn it into a point of strength for ourselves and for the movement. And yeah, that's it.
Well, what can you say after that? Rage and love, we can do marvelous things. And I would just want to add then maybe what Olena spoke about earlier, the concrete solidarity that we can show each other. So when everyone, and anytime somebody reaches out, we will be there and be each other's backs.
Thank you. I want to thank, please, one round of applause for all the panelists, for the brilliant talks. Thank you. I'm really sorry I failed you as a moderator, but please come at the workshop and just remember, the anti-gender movements exist because we are powerful and we achieve so much and we still have much more to do. Just for being in solidarity, being present, and come on the workshop. Thank you.
And so now you can move on to the workshops. You have, so we have a coffee break now. You have the list of the workshops and the rooms where they are at. So from 12 to, no, yes. So please join your workshops at noon.
After coffee break. Yeah.
After the coffee break. All the discussions that we're going to have in panels are most likely going to be, all of them are covered in different kinds of workshops, so the conversation continues. But that was really a very powerful, fun, and inspiring start. I don't know who needs to hear this. Be rebellious, but not by smoking in the toilet. Please, find other ways of being scandalous.
Yes, and please put your headphones here. I think we should leave them, headphones.
Yes,
yeah,
headsets.
in this room, headsets. Yeah.
We leave the headsets.
Down.
You're not sleepy after eating, but we make you eat standing, so hopefully that helps with you not getting too comfy and too sleepy. We have a super, super important afternoon coming up. I've heard only the best things about the workshops already this morning, so we're only getting started, and all these conversations are going to keep going. Thank you all for engaging. Before we continue with... Wait. I'm not doing my job. Before we continue with the keynote, I just have a couple of short messages. First, on a very serious note, it's a space with a lot of humans, and we've already had some incidents of behavior that we wished to not see happen in the space, and persons feeling distressed. So I didn't read it this morning. I hope you read it, but I will read you just a passage to make it very, very clear for everybody. Unacceptable behaviors and materials include intimidating, harassing, abusive, discriminatory, derogatory, or demeaning materials or conduct by any attendees of the event and related event activities. We of course are not tolerating any of this behavior by anybody, be it the attendees, the media, the speakers, the volunteers, the organizers, the venue staff, the sponsors, or exhibitors. And we will ask anybody to stop and hope that it will be complied with immediately. So, with that being said, with a very serious tone, because now we're not kidding, we hope it won't repeat and it's clear for everybody. This needs to be safe. And we can disagree, but it needs to remain safe and respectful. But now, I wanted to draw your attention to some of the cultural part of the conference. In the spaces, in the atrium and the entrance, when you've been already walking around on the ground floor, there are two exhibitions that are presented to you. So walk around, pay attention, just to let you know a little bit about it. You have the info also in the participant pack, but one of them is the exhibition in the atrium with the photography exhibition called XX Generations by Berta Garadnai, and this is about intergenerational messages on lesbians and feminism, and you will see each photo includes two women of different generations, and so you can read every time the message that they are sharing with each other. And the second work that we have that you can appreciate is called All Birds Would Come to My Garden. It's also a photo exhibition by, and apologies if I don't pronounce this correctly, but Shafak Shule-Kemanch. The images are of an erotic, I don't know why I rolled my R's all of a sudden, but probably because, I don't know, So erotic, queer ecosystem where the boundaries between being plant, mineral, human or animal become fluid. So Shafak shapes this ecosystem through stretching the potentialities of the material. Belonging specifically to neither time nor a space, nor a place, it invites the audience to travel between the artificial and the natural. So if you're not running now to check this out, I'm very grateful, but do check it out later. And that's it for the little intro, and we can continue with our program.
Yes, we will then proceed to our next keynote speaker, and we invite here Shadi Amin, pioneer and influential LGBT Iranian activist, also coordinator of Iranian Lesbian and Transgender Network. Please welcome her.
Thank you. So. Thank you very much. So I am really, 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 really deep excited to be here. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you in the last two conferences. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. Thank you for coming to listening to all the lecture, all the activists who shared their experience with us. And I feel really well, even if I have to leave today afternoon, and I have not more time to learn from all of you and to be there to discuss about your experiences. So the reason I have to leave is that we have a big event tomorrow in London. It's about the atrocities in 2019 in Iran. We had a big event in November and February about a people tribunal in London, and tomorrow the judges will travel from South Africa, from Ukraine, from all other places of the world to come to London and to publish their judgment about that. And it is really important event, which I am proud and honored to be one of the organizers of all these people tribunal. And in that matter, I want to say and to repeat what Harvey Milk said: we have to go in political changes and to take power there. So that's why I tried all the years to be part of the political discussions in Iranian community and in Germany. And I hope we can continue and to make the big changes that all of us are trying and fighting for that, trying to achieve. So I am honored to be one of the speakers here, and I wanted, when it was the other situation in my country, maybe I would try to speak about the anti-gender movement, about all the issues that all of us are challenging with now, and about the situation, backlash of the lesbian rights, human rights in all the world. But if you allow me, I want to focus on the situation of women and LGBTIQ people in Iran. I can remember the first efforts that some of you have tried to do as organizing a lesbian conference in 2016, and after that 2017. You invited me, when some of you remember, to be part of that. I ignored that because I thought they will not do that, really a serious job. I go to other workshops. I go to the regional meetings, and I ignored that. And I want to say here that I apologize for that, because I think the most important thing is that what you did to focus on lesbian existence. That was for the people who did it. This applause was for them. Thank you. So this year's event, once again, is taking place during a time where women's rights and LGBT rights are under severe attack. From the recent Supreme Court ruling in the US to the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini and the death sentence of Sarah and Elham in Iran, we are witnessing the life-threatening decisions the patriarchy continues to make for women's bodies and the LGBTI community. Jin, jian, azadi. Zan, zendegi, azadi. Frauen, Leben, Freiheit. Women, life, freedom. In every language, whether in Kurdish, Farsi, English, or German, this widely used slogan during the current protest in Iran has the same powerful message: that women everywhere have united for their right to life, their right to freedom, their basic human rights. Mahsa Amini, as Gina Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish woman, was beaten to death in a police custody on September 16, 2002 in Tehran. Arrested by the so-called morality police for simply showing too much hair. She paid the ultimate price with her life. It is more than hypocritical, more than absurd, that according to the Islamic regime, it is morally more reprehensible for a woman to show her hair than it is to take that young woman's life. To hell with their false morality. Mahsa Amini died of her brain injuries while we were busy attempting to save 2 other women on the other side of Iran, in the city of Urumia. Sarah and Elham, the 2 young women arrested for openly and publicly speaking about their lesbian lifestyle. Sarah and Elham were sentenced to death by the Revolutionary Court of Iran on August 10, 2022 for corruption on earth, a bogus and vague charge designed to deter LGBTI members from being outspoken about their experience. Corruption on earth defines everything for them. It's no detailed explanation about that. While we were collecting over 80,000 signatures for the petition to save Sarah and Elham, contacted and met with other human rights organizations and government officials, ran a successful social media campaign, thanks to all of you, and remained hopeful that maybe, just maybe, there was a chance that we could prevent Sarah and Elham's executions. We were suddenly hit with a turn of events with Mahsa Amini was killed. So, to be careful not to hijack the protests in Iran, we had to be silent about the situation of Mahsa and of Sarah and Elham. So we need time to be able to make a bridge between these 2 death penalties and Mahsa's death, and to find out that we can talk about the resource of both of the discriminations situation. The brave men and especially women of Iran are currently taking to the streets once again. In spite of the police brutality, they were met with in November of 2019 during the so-called Aban protest, where over 1,000 young Iranians gave their lives, got injured or arrested for their call for freedom, and women are risking it all again by burning their compulsory hijabs on the streets. Compulsory hijab is just one of the many oppressive and degrading tyrannies of the patriarchy against women's bodies. It is now more than ever important to revive the conversation surrounding the reality of being a woman. Being a woman means to be judged, controlled, belittled, objectified, and discriminated against simply based on the body that we live in, regardless if we are happy with that or not. From vague gaps to the inequalities in social roles, experiences, and safety, we are obligated to return to the basics of feminism to highlight the struggles women face on a daily basis. While women and LGBTI members are always the ones suffering the most from heteronormative patriarchal ideologies and laws, they are also always the ones on the forefront of every fight to make life on this earth a little more livable and lovable. Not just for themselves, but for everyone. It is because of the Mahsa Aminis, Sares and Elhams of this world. It is because of you and me and the thousands of women and lesbian women before us that the world has progressed towards justice, tolerance, acceptance, and healing. And while we celebrate every success, small or large, we have to remain focused and work for our goals. The work is not done. Sarah and Elham remain on death row. Mahsa is no more. We all are Sarah. We all are Elham. We all are Mahsa. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shadi. Thank you very much for being with us and for sharing these words. And of course, we are thinking of our sisters in Iran a lot today and every day. So I think this introduces also quite well the next panel, which is not an easy one. We're going to be talking about lesbians in situations of war, in conflict. We're going to be talking about crisis and the war in Ukraine especially, but also hear from activists who've been caught up in other earlier wars in our region, because unfortunately history repeats itself. Before I'd like to invite already our moderator and the panelists to join us on stage, please. So, Olena, everybody, please, the speakers, join us. So, during this panel, what we wanted, we all know. We know that lesbians have to, every day, in so many ways, develop strategies in order to exist, in order to survive the societal norms. Earlier today, we heard about so many of those strategies, of those tactics. Strategic scandals was mentioned, but also humor, and so many other coping mechanisms that we have to channel our anger and to fight back. In times of war, which are maybe the least feminist thing there is, and in times of conflict, over borders and spaces that we haven't defined, that are not ours, we yet have to suffer the consequences and to stand up for each other. We do it in so many ways. ELC did it by rushing to the borders of Ukraine and be there on standby. And we're really, really happy that we have some of the people that came to us. And it's really emotional to see you on stage, to see you in the room. Thank you for those who came back to us. With this, I think I will just thank you very much for being here, and I'll let you introduce our moderator.
Yeah, and I will introduce the moderator, Dragana. And I will read, because it's too much to say, but many words. She's from Serbia, ELC, scandalously efficient executive co-director, in charge of strategic development and fundraising, with an unparalleled passion for the lesbian movement and entrepreneurial spirit that doesn't take impossible for an answer. Dragana redefines the limits of lesbian skies drawing from a robust and skis, an eclectic experience combining the private sector, governmental institutions, and national and regional NGOs. Her numerous talents stop at drafting her own bio, which she delegates bluntly to her ladder. Ladder is Evgenia. So please, floor is yours.
So, hello everyone. Yes, I'm the moderator of this panel, but before this panel starts, and we go on to the topic of Ukraine, I wanted to share something with you which is both personal and political, and I think it is connected with what Shadi was saying and what we will be talking about at this panel on Ukraine. It has to do with the violence that lesbians are enduring and the consequences of it throughout the world, in Iran, in Ukraine, in Serbia, beyond, everywhere. I would like to share with you that an hour ago, my close friend and ex-partner was buried. She committed suicide on Sunday, and she was 54. Her name was Olivera Gajic. She did not consider herself to be an activist, but she was a badass lesbian activist who, during the 90s and the beginning of 2000s in Serbia, when it was really dangerous to be a lesbian, to be an LGBTI person, she owned and managed the first gay and lesbian and trans-inclusive clubs and cafes in a smaller city in Serbia. That was the space where we met each other, where we spoke to each other as a community. That was also a space that made me who I am today. When I was just 17 and 18, these spaces made me who I am today. And we, community of lesbians in Serbia, owe her a lot. We also have to be reminded that these suicides are not suicides. This is murder. And please, let's honor her by giving her a round of applause so that she can rest in power. Thank you so much. Moving on to the panel. In my opinion, this panel and also the workshop that happened just before this panel is one of the most important topics of today, something that we need to talk about now at this conference and beyond, as the aggression against Ukraine changes everything in so many ways for our movement and for the world in general. And we as a community, we have to stay strong and united in our support to our sisters and comrades in Ukraine, both those who are in Ukraine and those who fled Ukraine and who are now all over the world. And we need to stand ready for what's to come as a community, because this is only the beginning. Because at ELC, I am the one who is in charge of our operation in support of Ukraine. I am the one who had an opportunity, or whose job it is to talk to different stakeholders, partners, institutions around Europe and also around the world. And what I'm able to observe recently is that there is some kind of unfortunately, a fatigue with this topic. Like everyone got used to it. Like when you talk to someone, like, oh yes, you know, that conflict in Ukraine, it's never going to end, or it's going to end who knows when, but we have to continue with, you know, business as usual. And we as a lesbian community, we as ELC, we, all of us, and our allies, we have to be aware of this. We cannot get used to this, and we cannot forget that this should be our priority to help our community, to help those that would not be helped otherwise, because if we don't do it, no one will. As was mentioned in the introduction and also in Olena's speech in the morning, ELC was there from the very beginning. Just 3-4 days after the war started, we were there at the borders. We had no idea what we were doing. We are not a humanitarian organization. We did not have any policies, practices, experiences on how to do it. It's not part of our mandate. It's not part of our action plans. It's not part of who we were as ELC. However, this did not prevent us to change, to reorganize, to reshift, to completely reshuffle what we do and what we were planning to do, and to be jumping into our cars and driving to the borders as soon as a couple of days after the war started. Over there, we opened one safe house in Poland, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, hosting over 300 lesbians, their family members, pets, since the war started in February. We were delivering humanitarian aid to Ukraine, to the shelters in Lviv and Chernivtsi. We were organizing lesbian households across the EU member states who were receiving lesbians fleeing Ukraine from our safe houses in Poland. We have done all that because we thought this is what we have to do. This is our mission. If we don't do it, no one else will. However, this has not been the case with many other entities, organizations, who could have done much more. And I think we heard this from Olena already. But Olena, I think I want to give you the floor first. I will not introduce you because you've been introduced so many times by now. But in this first question that I'm asking you, I would like you to tell us, like, this is what ELC has done, and this is what we managed to do as a rapid, fast response. What was your experience with other partners, organizations, institutions from whom I think we have expected more than we got? And how would you assess that, and what is your comment?
So, thank you so much for this question, because, you know, from the beginning we started, the first part of the conference was mainly about, like, the solutions, the good things which still happening in many countries and also in Ukraine. And now you want me to tell about the bad things. So I don't know how many donors organizations are here presented, but be ready. So yes, that experience in general, honestly, is a very bad experience, with some exceptions. And of course, the first and the main exception is the ELC, who helped us a lot, seriously, from the beginning, doing almost everything which was possible to do and very fast. We gathered many humanitarian support, even the cat bags. And also, you know, people from our shelter. So we just brought people to the border, and ELC takes care about all those people, families, lesbians, children, pets, everything. So the main question is why others never did the same? And I guess that partially you already answered the question. Because you said, like, we never had such experience, we never had developed policies and everything like that. So many humanitarian assistance programs and organizations already have all those policies in place. And many of you may be also quite aware of those policies, but on a bit different level. Like, then they contact you in the middle of the war, for instance, or any other crisis, and saying something, how are you doing? Do you have a list of policies which we require you to have to receive some support from us? And then you will receive the list of 15, 25 policies, different policies you need to develop to receive some kind of support. Maybe to receive some kind of support, because that's not like 100% that you will receive at least something. So that's our experience. Like during the at least 3 first months, I was hopeful that our example, and for instance, my participation in many events, in Zoom, of course, online, because it was not possible, almost not possible to leave Ukraine for all those meetings, where I explained the issues which is happening now, that it's not possible to talk about all those, you know, security plan, for instance, how you plan to deal with the war in the long-term perspective, they asked us. Do you have a plan of evacuation? Or do you have an analysis of the needs? And we said, yes, we have an analysis of the needs of those people who are asking for help. We developed thousands of the needs lists for everybody who said, like, we can support you. But only few percentage of those who said we can support you send us something. And we almost never asked for money, you see? We just asked them if you can at least bring some things to the border, so we will find out the ways how to pick it up and bring to Ukraine, and then we will do it by ourselves, like packing, buying packages, you know, contacting people and sending it to different places, small villages, small cities, big cities, you know, to hold the Ukraine. And it was a problem. Some organizations are still communicating with us. Every month, they send a letter asking, oh, by the way, do you have the same needs? Or maybe something changed. If something changed, can you just update the list? And then you spend a few days on this communication and updating the list of needs. And in the end, you never receive anything, because it's complicated, you know. And especially, I know that my colleague from Moldova, Nastya, knows how it's hard to get at least some medicines from anybody around the world, including UN agencies, humanitarian big missions, World Food Program, everybody. I can name, you know, more than, I think, like 100 organizations which we asked to give us at least something. Any food, any possible food, warm blankets, medicines, hygiene pads, baby diapers, diapers for adults. And it's still a huge problem because now, like you said, that's already a shift in like understanding what is happening in Ukraine, and also many people just got tired about all those bad newses. So donors and humanitarian organizations just coming to us and saying like, oh, you know, we don't see any need to provide humanitarian support anymore. They didn't give us any before, but now they said like they did an analysis and they think that the main solutions now is to organize informational campaigns and trainings. For instance, maybe on how to get food if you don't have any access to resources, I assume. So trainings, informational materials, campaigns, but not the direct support. Because they said like the whole Ukraine is packed by humanitarian support and aid. So what is happening, by the way? The main issue still there, like they have developed instruments and solutions and the ways how to support different countries in wars. And those policies are the same for every country, Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, any other countries. They don't want to do additional work to review those approaches. And for instance, to develop their work based on the needs of the communities. By the way, different communities have different needs. That's what we try to explain to them. But it never worked, because it is just additional work. And they're so overloaded by endless rotation in their stuff, you know. And everything which need to be signed like by 10 people and reviewed, and then it just 3 months has passed and somebody just killed and don't, you know, have any access to any support. So this is how they work. And I don't know if it will become better, honestly, because during first months of the war, I thought we are able to change something. Now I'm not sure. So that's why I believe in this mostly grassroots solidarity, the solidarity with the small and medium organizations who can be productive, proactive, and effective. And that's an example of our cooperation with LC.
Thank you, Elena. And when you mentioned medicine, this reminded me of the situation which we had as ELC, trying to help you get medicine to Ukraine. And I just wanted to reflect on this, like what you said, like it's impossible. They say it's impossible. It's difficult. But in Poland refused to sell us any medicine because we did not have prescriptions and the paperwork needed to get these medications. Some of these medications are just regular aspirins and stuff. Of course, that was not a problem, but there were also serious medications for trans persons, people with diabetes, people with cancer, and so on. And then we were thinking, like, but what do we do? I mean, we can't buy it anywhere in Poland. And then I reached out to a lesbian pharmacy owner in Serbia. Serbia is a neighboring country here to Hungary. And I don't know how, she managed, without any paperwork, to procure most of the medicine that Olena was asking us to get. And then another question appeared, like, but how do we get it across the border? Because Serbia is not in the EU, so we have border checks where Hungarian officers, police officers, and custom officers check everything. Like, they're really, really detailed and meticulous in checking everything, and we were like, there's no way they will let us through without paperwork, without anything. We tried to get the paperwork from the Ministry of Health of Serbia so that we can transport it and have some kind of a paperwork. They told us, no, it's impossible. We need to communicate with the Ministry of Health in Ukraine, and then it was very complicated. So what we did is we split the shipments into several shipments. These shipments and this medicine was hidden in suitcases, in different parts of the cars and vans. So several cars and vans driven by lesbians were getting this medicine across border. Without being noticed. We were lucky, and we somehow got it to Poland, and then we somehow got it to Ukraine. So what I'm trying to say, if you really want to do it, and when it's really important, you can always find a way, or maybe not, but we are lesbians, so we always find a way. Maybe, you know, we have to put lesbians everywhere, like, so that all of these problems can be solved. But this is just one of the stories that we had. We also have another one, and here with us we have Oksana Kutinska. Oksana is from Ukraine. Oksana is a lesbian. She's a mathematics teacher. She fled Ukraine when Kyiv was being attacked, so in the first days of the war. And she was also, Oksana was also the first person that we helped. So we just, my partner and I, Evgenia, we just arrived to Poland into a nearby city called Rzeszów. We rented a hotel room before we could rent a safe house, because we just got there. We had no idea where to find houses, how to do it, anything. So for the first night, we just had the hotel room in Rzeszów. Our hotline, our emergency phone line was on. We were expecting people to call us and to connect with lesbians fleeing Ukraine. And the first group of people that arrived were Oksana, her son, her friend, and the friend's daughter, and 2 dogs. But we only... Sorry? And 2 bikes. So, yes. So, 2 lesbians, 2 children, two dogs, and 2 bikes. But Evgenia and I only had 1 car. So we just arrived. We didn't have any other cars. It was just my, medium-sized car. And we were expected to go on that day to the border to pick them up and, figure things out. And we were like, but we can't fit all of them together in the car, so we rented another car, and somehow we managed, and we rented the first safe space. So, Oksana, you were the first one that we helped, and our first experience with this, and you stayed with us for some days before you moved on to Netherlands, where you were hosted with within one of the lesbian households, and then you moved on to Scotland, where you now live. And congratulations on getting a job as a mathematics teacher in Scotland, starting from Monday.
Thank you very much.
So, Oksana, tell us in your own words, like how was this experience for you, fleeing Ukraine and also afterwards?
I just want to make a little correction. The war in Ukraine started actually in 2014, but lots of people didn't want to talk about this war, because it became later as a frozen conflict, and as we know now, we don't have. Okay, there is not frozen conflicts. Every frozen conflict in 90% cases will develop in real hot war. And we see a big danger that this war will be frozen for some time. And then after that, it will be even worse war. We have experience from in Armenia, in Kurdistan, in other countries, that frozen conflicts can't be just frozen forever. It will be developed in hot war with all circumstances, with refugees, with diets, with everything. And another thing, you know, I'm a math teacher, and we started feeling that something bad would happen even after the new year, when kids came to school after vacation. It was the beginning of January, and you know, all embassies had been moved to Poland, first to Lviv, then to Poland, and the war even was announced by Americans, by Brussels, like it was even dates announced, like 21st, before that 16th or something. And I remember the day once I came to school and my kids asked me, Miss Oksana, we will die, right? We will all die. And it was really horrible. And I was only one adult in the class, and kids, 10 years old kids, asked me that really it was really horrible. Yes, and at 5 o'clock in the morning, 24 of February, when officially war started, like between Ukraine and Russia, my head teacher wrote to our teaching group that nobody would go to school today because war started, and take care, just that. So the next what I had done, I closed my windows because I didn't want to hear any explosion. I didn't want to go to the shelter, what was in the ground of my building. And the second day of the war, I fled Kiev, and after that, I moved to Lviv, to my parents' house, and just first with my son, and then my friend joined me. And before that, I just saw a post on Facebook from inside. Really appreciate Olena, and about if you're lesbian, if you're LGBT, you can ask for help. We will help you. Like it was not explained what kind of help, but at least I filled the form, and in less than in 1 hour, I got an answer, a message, a contact number, a person who should I contact to, and another thing was, she said, okay, just you must do one thing. You should just cross the border, and it's better to wait this time abroad, not to be in Ukraine. What we did, and in the border, we crossed the border, and yes, with 2 bikes. One of the bikes was stolen in Amsterdam. It's what was, yes, in the capital bike city. Yes, it was fun, not fun. Yes, and actually, I want to say that all of us, our group, was really down. Really, really down. We really lost ourselves. And I really appreciate girls that they gave us that possibility to stay at the border, to think about what to do next, where to move, and what to do with our lives, and just reconsider, to think about our lives. because we've been talking a lot about our values, about all events, and I need to say that if in Ukraine I used to have just ordinary life, I planned my life. Every year I was thinking about where to go for summer vacation, where I will meet my girlfriend, and where she will come to me, where I will go. We lived in different countries. And stuff like that, just ordinary things, and where to change job or to be. I like changing jobs. I don't like to be in the one place all the time, to work there. So, and I have to say that really the first thing that matters are people. You are as a person, as a human, your personality and people who are around you, who can help, who can support you, if you can support them, and because when the situation is becoming hard, this is the real time to recognize who are your friend or who are not, even if they had declared being your friend before. And the same with a partner, actually, the same, because we can only realize if superficial relationship or real relationship when it's a hard time. So, and then staying for 10 days near the border, we found ourselves back. Yeah, yes, it was very hard time, but it was a good time, really, because it was we gathered ourselves little by little. We realized what happened and what to do, and we had a plan at least. And yes, we moved to the Netherlands for almost 3 months, but we couldn't manage with accommodation, and we moved then to Scotland. And actually lots of people helped us. And I remember when we were looking for hosts in Scotland, as a volunteer from Scotland, a Ukrainian woman asked what we want, where we want to live. I said, just anywhere, but a host should know that I'm lesbian. And in one day she contacted me and she said, Oksana, I found sponsors for you, but she is Catholic. And all her family Catholic. And I said, yes, okay, and what? Does she mind? No, she doesn't mind because 5 of her nephews are homosexual. Yes. So, and yes, and the family is really friendly, and the thing which matters is support of ordinary people. Support of organization, of course, matters, but from ordinary people, it really matters, because my host helped me to find a job, to go through process of registration as a teacher. You know that a regulated job everywhere in Europe, and including the UK, and it was very hard process to go through it. And the next step to actually to find a job, and they also help me a lot with that. And I also want to share with you what issues which we faced. First of all, I would say that there are some stereotypes about people about refugees in Europe, that all refugees are looking for just benefits. Economical benefits, for money, for to have it for granted. Of course, some of people, perhaps based on previous experience, perhaps Europeans can write to say that, but no. But every case should be considered. Every case should be considered, and and that what because somebody asked me why did you choose the Netherlands, and it was very on the face I read, did you look for benefits or something? And after that, I even didn't want to explain that I used to travel a lot in Europe, that I had a good job in Ukraine, that I had lived in my own apartment, like that, because really, refugees don't have strength to explain to everybody that they are not economical refugees. Another thing, what we experience now, and I talked today with other refugees from Ukraine, with my friend who is in Scotland now. There is a kind of opposition between people who stayed in Ukraine, Ukrainians, or went to Europe and came back to Ukraine, and those of us who fled Ukraine and stay in Europe. It's opposition between those, and so I had some thesis. Actually, that's it. Actually, if you have any questions, thank you very much. We settled our kids. One of us went to the university, Olga, to Glasgow, and my son now in school in Scotland. And on Monday I start my job. Wow. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, girls, for support, for everything. You are my angels.
Yes. Thank you, Oksana, and you are also our angel. And you are now part of us. This is your family.
Yes, thank you very much.
You said in your speech, you know, in the times of crisis, you see who someone is, who is your family, who is the one who is truly supporting you. Yeah. And we've seen from so many people that were coming to us, they were not activists at all. They were like you, math teachers, real estate agents, working in supermarkets, they were not considering themselves as activists at all. However, they were fleeing, and they learned about and the support that ELC could give them, and they trusted us, and by seeing that someone from our community, that we as a lesbian movement, not only ELC but also Insight and everyone who was helping them, that we have their backs, you know, when their families didn't. Some of them were actually escaping the war, but they were also escaping their families. A few of them shared some of the horrific stories that happened in their families of cases of gender-based domestic violence from their family members, brothers, fathers, because as the war started, I think the situation became, it's very often in the cases of, in the situations of conflicts and wars that gender-based violence and domestic violence increases. So as they were escaping the war, they were also sometimes escaping gender-based and domestic violence. I think, Oksana, you also have experience with that too. And when they when they were exposed to the lesbian movement and the support that we were giving to them, while not be considering themselves as activists, they became activists. Through this process of hardship, they realized that they are part of something, of a lesbian movement. So now, by helping so many lesbians, I think we also are building our strength as a lesbian movement, sort of like a lesbian army of lovers. Yeah. And even though they are now all over the Europe and the world, also having their own challenges, getting settled and also being integrated. I said getting sex. So, let me reformulate. So, as they are now getting readjusted to their environment, they're all over European Union member states and also beyond, trying to get integrated into the societies and going through different obstacles and challenges, which we will also hear about. They're also constantly reaching out to us as ELC. We are in touch with them almost on a daily basis, asking how they can give back. Can they volunteer for ELC? Can they help with different activities that we are doing, whether it's research or translation or something else? This is how we also, that's what I was trying to say, this is how we are creating the lesbian movement. And I also want to say that we have a lot of Ukrainian lesbians here, both from Ukraine and also those who fled Ukraine, because we gave priority to Ukrainian lesbians, both from Ukraine and other countries, for our scholarship program, because that was also important for us, that they still feel as though they are part of the movement, and stay in touch and stay connected and help them integrate as lesbians and also as activists. I'm now moving on to Ilya, Rina. Ilya was actually, so Oksana was the first, but Ilya was the youngest person who came to our safe houses in Poland. And Ilya is an activist, a human rights activist, who was at our house for some period of time to figure things out, to think about what they want to do. Next. And after our safe house, Ilya went to Sweden, did not like it there, and then moved to Germany, where they are currently. So, Ilya, can you please tell us a little bit more about your experience being a refugee from Ukraine, both in Poland and then in Sweden, and then what is your experience in Germany right now as a very young person who also wants to be very active in the lesbian movement and also as a human rights activist. And just a note for everyone, Ilya will be speaking in Ukrainian. So for those of you who don't speak Ukrainian, please put your headphones on and find the channel 1 for English. Yes, for English, channel number 1. Ilya, go ahead. Few seconds to put the headphones, just including myself. So channel 1.
One moment.
I'm happy to greet everyone here today. I'm happy to see all those people who are with me in Poland. Evgenia, Dragana, Ilaria, Helena, Ivana. And also people from Lviv, Olena, Christina, Nastya, shelter people, because I'm inside since Kiev. During the invasion, I was in Lviv shelter, and I would like to note that this is my second war. Today, I'm holding on the whole day. I'm trying not to cry, but it's impossible because it is very touching. I remember when I was 11 years old, Maidan started in Ukraine. I'm from Luhansk region. You look at the revolution in your country, and you can't understand what's going to happen next. Then I thought that there's going to be this experience during the whole life, and I'm going to have, I didn't know I'm going to have so much support, so much visibility, something beyond heteronormativity. So let's start from my journey, from Kyiv to Lviv, knowing that inside moved to Lviv. I came to Lviv. So having come to Lviv, I lived in shelter from inside. And immediately I went there to volunteer and not understanding what to do with my life. I lost my job. I lost almost everything in Kiev and in Lviv. I was brought back to some routine things by volunteering and knowing that I have the support, the visibility with my community, with inside. I remember how we tried to systematize this personalized help. The volunteer team of Insight, these were incredible people. And it was incredible power. Can I just leave for a second?
Yeah, it's obviously very hard to talk about these things. Let's move on. Our next speaker is Sabine Arnolds. Sabine is working for Lesbian und Alter, a lesbian organization in Cologne, in Germany, who focuses on lesbians and age. And as I mentioned earlier, ELC, at the beginning of the war, we set up a lesbian hosting network. That's how we called it. We issued a call for lesbians across Europe and beyond to register if they want to become hosts to lesbians who are fleeing Ukraine. And over 500 lesbian households registered. And among those was Sabine and also a couple of her friends and colleagues who are also from Cologne or from the vicinity of Cologne, who helped us a lot in making sure that lesbians who were at our safe houses are safely accommodated in their city, in their homes. So Sabine, can you please tell us what was your experience in being a host for lesbian refugees over these past couple of months?
Thank you first for inviting me, and please allow me to say something in advance. I really admire the work you have done as ELC, so quick and so well organized, and also with the most possible security. And I also want to thank Olena, and I admire so much your work and of all the activists in Ukraine and in other war situations. Sorry, I'm truly touched too, because and I'm also admiring all the refugees like you, Oksana, and all the others all around the world. And last said, I'm very honored to sit with Lepa on this panel because you did so much work in the last centuries. Okay, so that was my speech. Before my daily experience, or my experience with this was my partner and I. We have a big house, and we are renting rooms for several years, and we also had in advanced a little bit experience because we hosted a gay refugee from Afghanistan a few years ago, and I was really, in the first, we were overwhelmed because the couple we took on, I try to avoid names because they are not comfortable with being outed. They came in the middle of the night on the 19th of March, and they were so self-reliant, and the first thing they said, where can we register? And we want to, they had a different experience than you had because they were very reliant on staying in Cologne. They picked Cologne as their goal to live, and they wanted to register directly, and so they could get in the process how they could stay in Germany. And this went on in the next weeks, and I talked to another host who is from a little bit outside of Cologne. She made the same experience with the couple she took in. And I think it lasted 4 weeks. And then there was already, in Germany, you have to, when you want to stay, you have an 8 months integration course where you learn the language and about the political situation in Germany and something like that. And they started right away to apply for the course, and since May they are in the course, and they are learning German on a daily basis. You asked me before what the motivation was, because why we did it, because we had the opportunity, and I feel very privileged because we have a big house. Actually, a lot of the house is owned by the bank, but till now. But anyway, and for me, it was taking back some control because we are not at war. We are not suffering from this directly, but coming from COVID crisis, I think it was a depressing situation. Suddenly getting the war so near, and taking on some refugees gave me some self-reliance or some empowerment back, because I could take control of the situation and not be always getting the news and the pictures and everything. So that was for me a great experience too. Maybe that's first.
Thank you so much, Sabine. And Sabine, you made also a mistake, and you said in the last centuries instead of years. But I found it funny, and I will use it as a I will use it as an introduction for LEPA, because LEPA's involvement in lesbian activism feels almost centuries old. You've been a lesbian feminist anti-war activist in the Balkans. You are famous around the world for your contribution to the lesbian movement, especially at its beginnings in the Balkans in the end of 80s and the 90s, when the war in the Balkans was taking place. You are also an author of an article, which also I think became very important, because it's one of those rare pieces of writing that actually tackles the topic of lesbians in the wartime, and it's entitled Notes of a Feminist Lesbian During Wartime. Anyone who is interested can find this article online. And you are also a part of Lesbian Women in Black Against War International, which gathers lesbians from 12 countries and from 4 continents. Coming from the Balkans and having in mind your centuries-long experience, can you tell us what are your thoughts? What are the parallels that you can draw from what we have gone through in the Balkans, myself included, because I'm from Serbia, during those years in the 90s, and what's happening right now in Ukraine, and your thoughts both on the personal and the political level?
Thank you. First, I want to say you all look so beautiful, and there is great energy coming from you to us here, so that's really making me feel more lesbian than just coming from the street. But I also first want to thank to the fantastic lesbians from Ukraine and fantastic lesbians from ELC, because I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. I sent information about all what both of them did separately to many lesbians around the world all through these months. And I'm proud to be part of all of us. I'm really so happy. And I'm really glad we have this panel today. What I want to start first is that in '91 we were in happy Yugoslavia, and the war started, and it changed my life. In '91, before that, I was desiring to research on lesbian ethics and thinking that I will do work on how to deconstruct the interiorized patriarchy and how we can do it in communities of women only, and how to make different communication between women than it is done in, and so to have this other revolutionary life on everyday basis, and how we feminist lesbian should live daily life. But then the war started, and I didn't do any of that. I organized with other feminists and lesbians to work with women who survived the war rapes, because I am a counselor, a feminist counselor, and then we organized to do with women in refugee status. I must tell you, first of all, that we as feminists, during the war was from '91 to 2001, the last one in Macedonia. So it's 10 years of feminists deconstructing all of these themes that we have mentioned and many, many more. I mean, we have done lots of talkings about it. So one of the things was language. So really, most of the nobody wants to be called refugee, so we didn't use that word. We use women in refugee status, because first is like women, you know, we worked with women, but also people in refugee status, lesbians in refugee status. So it's like really, we cannot identify them because what, you know, it's just like trust. So that was one thing. We did a lot of deconstructing on spreading feminist values, because we all interiorize patriarchy, and we have already seen it, and it's been over there also. So there is a difference between lesbians or women who stay in the country, who leave the country, so we were non-stop saying we equally value all those who stay in the country of war or leave the country of war. We are equally valuing each one of sisters feminists or lesbians or women in general. We were also, which was much easier for us from Yugoslavia, because before the war started, there was a feminist movement in Yugoslavia, a small one, so we were already connected. So what it means? It means that where the war first of all started in the town where I live, meaning I was never in the frontline war. I was really in the country where the fascist regime started the war against the neighbors. So, which meant that we as a feminist lesbians were discussing what is our responsibility toward our criminal regime, and then we started as a feminist Women in Black Against War immediately in '91, just like a month after the whole thing started. And so I, as a feminist and lesbian, was every Wednesday, once a week, on the piazza, in the street, with my body against the regime who started and continued the war. And we did like that until the end of the Bosnian War, which is the end of the '95. So it's all those 4 years. And then we went on once a month. So it was really important for me to survive living in fascism. But this is to say that we using Adrian Rich term of politics of location, it's very important. Was very important for us to understand that we meaning we from Belgrade, from where the military power started and politics of killing started, we are on a different position than our sisters at that time in Bosnia and Herzegovina, who were those who were aggressed or invaded by the Serbians military formations, or those in Croatia or those in Kosovo. So it was very important for us as a feminist to non-stop support solidarity between all of us who are in a different position of the nation that we live in. So we insisted on solidarity like 24/24. And that was really our politics number one. No, not politics number one was against the regime, not in our name. And number two, I mean, that's all one and one and one. You know, in feminist values, you have one and the best, or the most important, because we don't agree with this hierarchy, one, second, third. So that is really what was important for us, is to spread the feminist values during our work. Another thing which was also important is that those similar things that Olena was saying with donors and with media. I mean, media is impossible. I mean, we have this famous example of media that came in Croatia, and the guy said, can you bring me a woman who is raped and speaks English? I mean, just like that, you know, I mean, without That's all. So it was really, I was very strict in media. I was really strict in media. I remember there was a woman coming from famous National People's Radio from US, and she wanted me to have this telephone, you know, something which was breaking our principle of confidentiality. Principle of confidentiality is number one for all of us who work with women on personal, so we never say anything, you know, never. And then she said, you know, but this is for US and you are here. I said, no, I mean, there are women over there and here we have shared this experience. So practically, I tell her to go. For us, it's more important that we keep our work with our values and our principles than if it goes to media or not. I mean, they're gonna come. She came back half an hour later to do it on my principles. Anyway, so I also want to say also a couple of things about lesbian, about me, lesbian living during the war times, which was also something I had to write it. It was like in 97 that I wrote that text, and I wrote it in English, which is not my language, because it was really difficult for me those first years of being lesbian. We didn't have a lesbian group until the end of the Bosnian War, which is the end of '95. We didn't have a lesbian group. So practically we met in my kitchen, which we used to call Free Lesbian Republic. My kitchen was a Free Lesbian Republic. You know, you don't have organized support. So it was a different. It is how it is in many countries now, but it's a little bit different in Ukraine, what I see, because at least when the war started, even in the year when it started, before 2014, you know, in the meantime you have gay and lesbian groups and at least some support, which is really very important, because at that time in 90s lesbian rights was not considered a human right, so we didn't exist at all. So therefore it was difficult for me to deconstruct all the interiorized uneasiness of me being lesbian during the wartime. So it was, as I said already today in the workshop on lesbian and war, which was excellent, thank you. Somehow, you know, all the values that we get from the society is that being lesbian in a classical patriarchy is something dirty and sinful, and therefore, you know, it's not valuable. And I'm working with women who are victims of war. That's on ethical hierarchy very high, and lesbians are very low. So you can't put these two things together. It was difficult for me to even say in one sentence that I'm a lesbian who works in my profession with women who survive war violence or rape in war. So just to say that it wasn't easy at all. And also one of my questions for the group, but we can talk later some other time, is how are we making love during the war times and these crises, because it all affects us so much, and what is about our erotic and lesbian lives, because it affects us in a different, it affects sexuality in general, but you know, especially because it is not considered legitimate as it is for the heterosexual. So this is just my beginning, and
thank you so much, Lepa, for everything that you've said, and especially this last thing about making love, because I feel less bad about making that Freudian slip about sex, but I think that's also very important today at this panel, and also some other conversations that we've had today. We're very emotional, very sad. We've cried a lot. I don't know how many times I cried today. Ilya cried, so many people cried. But I think it's also important to find our strength, not only in sex and lovemaking, well, that's certainly something I'm going to do today, but also, you know, in laughter, in community, in supporting each other and in solidarity, and find hope there even when we cry. And saying that, I was just informed that Ilya is fine. Ilya will join us in 5 to 7 minutes. They still want to come back and say a couple of more things. So I have decided to prolong this panel a little bit to give Ilya a chance to say something. Yes? Who needs 5 more minutes? Yes, I know, that's what I said. Yes, that's what I said. So Ilya will join us in 5 to 7 minutes to say a few words. But before, and we will not have any space for questions, but I think that's fine because the workshop happened just before this panel where many things were discussed, but not only because of that, it's also because an emailing list is being created right now. It was initiated at the workshop before this panel. Many people have already signed up. The purpose of this emailing list is for all of those who want to stay connected on the topic of lesbians and war, and to have further conversations about this beyond this conference, to sign up. So as I said, many people have already signed up. The list for signing up is at the registration desk. So whoever is interested, you can, after this panel, you can just go there and sign up if this is something that is of interest for you. And Lepa is in charge of putting it together, so we will keep talking about this very important issue also beyond this conference. Before Ilya comes back, I will give another question to Olena. Because Olena, you decided, sorry for interrupting your, you have decided to stay in Ukraine and help as many people as you can. Recently I saw your message that you have helped over 15,000 persons, not only members of our community, but also everyone who needs it. As you said, of course, this is a very tough job. Support and resources are scarce. Also, as you mentioned, you're not getting as much support from different stakeholders as you have hoped. So can you give us your thoughts, like how do you see the future? I mean, the most immediate one coming in weeks and months which are ahead of us, but also a longer term reflection of what we need to think about right now in order to be ready and prepared for what's potentially coming.
Yeah, I was waiting for this question. Honestly, I think that it really depends on the person, because then I heard the story of Oksana. That's very important that you raised an issue about the tensions between different groups in Ukrainian society now. Like, you know, those who left and those who stayed, or those who came back. You know, and yes, that's not just Ukrainian inventory. I think it's happening everywhere because of the high level of stress in which people exist, and they are trying just to find a way how to talk about their lives and their experience. And unfortunately, in many cases, people are trying to show their pain through doing the same pain to others. So, like now, many of those who stayed in Ukraine for the whole time of the full-scale war, they are trying to show that they are real heroes. And those who left Ukraine, in many cases, are seen as perpetrators of the country. And this is something which also pushed us to think about long-term strategies and also the support which we can provide in the nearest time. What I already know, what we need to do is to somehow find a way to support our community members even in other countries. Because in any case, everywhere there you're trying to stay, you need some people who will support you. You need the family, you need friends, you need those who can share the same experience with you, who will understand your pain. So this is the one thing. But another one, we don't know where the war will finish, unfortunately. And for those who are staying, we are living, honestly, in a bit different reality than everybody else. Seriously, even if we are looking calm and very pragmatic. But you can just imagine that all days looks like the other days, because you keep doing all those emergency work without any breaks. And this is, from the one hand, something which give us strength to be strong and continue our fight. But from the other hand, you don't know how many resources you're still having. Because as I said, in the beginning of the full-scale war, then so many media came to us, like intervening, like give us the transgender people who can't cross the border, give us the victims of the rapes. We just need to, to make a story, and we don't care about anything else. And then I thought, like, oh my God, seriously, among all those hundreds of journalists which came to us, trying to get to shelter, to humanitarian hub, everywhere, nobody asked us, activists, how we are doing. What is our story? Because we all hear now from Ukraine and from inside, from my organization, we were the same internally displaced persons, without homes, without anything, but also doing this kind of care work for others. And nobody cares. So this is another bunch of the bad news, like which will be waiting of you, then you will decide to do such a work. But from the other hand, that's also something which unites people, because Ilya also said, like, then them came to our shelter, they saw a huge community created by those people, also people who lost many things, internally displaced persons who came to our center to be there for others and for themselves. So this is something which gives hope in this unfair world.
Ilya, thank you so much for coming back, and I really admire your strength and courage to still come back and share a few words with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It was incredible to feel so many feelings and to feel the support from all of you and from all the people. So let's come back. In my childhood, I lived in heteronormative world, and when the revolution of dignity in Ukraine started, I didn't imagine that I would have a community and visibility in this world. When I only came to Insight in Kiev, my journey in activism started from an attack by ultra-rights in the office. I thought it was a lot of fun. And in Kiev, in the office, there was this incredible feeling of support of the community, to have an opportunity to just be yourself. And when I came to Lviv, to the shelter, fortunately, I felt the same there. There was a possibility to volunteer in the office, to help my community, to help women, and to fight for my visibility. Because I want to choose not how to adapt to this world, but to choose an opportunity how to live better. That is why I'm in human rights, I'm an activist and a volunteer. I'm happy to have this community. When I woke up on the 24th of February, well, I can say that the feelings weren't cool. Understanding again that there is war in my country, yet another move for me. But it seems to me that we're a bit ready for that, because at work there were constant conversations about that. And I already had my emergency backpack with me, but I didn't want to leave Kiev. On the 10th of March, I still had to leave. I went to my friends. I didn't understand what I would be doing next. I lost my job. Everything was lost in Kiev, and I went to Lviv, to the shelter. This saved me because there was my community around me. I knew that I'm going to have the visibility and the support. In Lviv, I spent 1.5 months in the shelter, where we supported our own order. It was very interesting experience of volunteering in Lviv, in the office, and also in the shelter. With the support and the visibility,
This is a very good illustration of how emotional this is, how difficult it is for all of us, those who are going through this, those who are supporting people who are going through this. But we are here for you. Ilya, we are here for you. Oksana, we are here for you. Olena, we are here for all of the Ukrainian lesbians, whether they are in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine. We as ELC, we are still at the borders. We will keep being there. We will keep doing what we can, no matter what, because there's nothing more important than this right now. We are now also particularly focusing on our attention to try to figure out how to help also refugees such as Ilya, who are now dispersed all over EU, isolated, trying to find jobs, trying to get into universities, trying to continue their education, which is not easy. with no money. We're trying to hire Ukrainian lesbians as much as we can. We've already done it, and we will keep doing it. Ilya is an excellent example of a person who wants to keep being an activist and who needs to be given an opportunity, a space, and an environment where they can keep thriving and keep being who they are and achieving what they set out to achieve before the war started. And I think I will close this panel here. Thank you to all of you, to all of the wonderful speakers for sharing your emotions with the participants.
Can we have applause for all lesbians from Ukraine?
Yes, let's have an applause for all of the Ukrainian lesbians who are here and who are also not here. And I repeat once again, ELC will be there for you no matter what it takes. Slava Ukraina!
Are waiting for you. So please do not forget, do not leave the place. Workshops. Yes, please look at name of the rooms. What? Break? Yeah, maybe. But I think they are waiting.
So, I'm going to move on to our last panel. I guess there's quite a few people in the coffee break still, I think, gathering some energy, so they're going to come. So until some more people join us, you've received the information on the Telegram. Don't forget actually to... Is this the... Yes. Yeah. Don't forget to use the Telegram for information. So if you haven't joined it yet, the Telegram channel, to log on, to join in. Safety information can pop up or reminders of stuff for everybody. So do make sure that you're on it. And the other thing I wanted to remind people was that on top of the conference program, we have an evening cultural program. And there are two events today that you can follow, and you have actually received the reminder, the links with everything on the Telegram channel. But just to also say it here, but this is the part of the program that I don't know by heart. I can tell you all about the panels, but not about the cultural program, unfortunately. Next time I will sign up to prepare the cultural program. There's a lot going on, but there's two things, and I wanted to tell you exactly. Here it is. Tonight, there is the movie. There's a film night. That's going to be at the Feminist Library. It starts at 9, I believe, according to the program. It's a Central East European lesbian film selection by Dori Redai from Labris. So that's one thing that you can attend tonight, and you should definitely find your way to the Feminist Library. And the other thing is at the hotel. It's the Lesbian Mix and Match, which is a film screening called I'm Here, I'm Home, I'm Happy. And that has to do with also, no, that's a separate thing. That's called Strength in Our Differences by Irene Hemela. I'm sorry for the pronunciation, that's not correct. So there are screenings happening both at the hotel, but also at the Feminist Library tonight. Do check the program for all the details. You have it also in the link in the Telegram group. So that's it as a reminder for tonight. And now we have one more little message, because we're going to play, as I mentioned also this morning, and as we did with the selfie. This conference is echoing and doing regular, shout-outs. We're in solidarity with TGU. This is the video that we prepared jointly with them. You might have seen it on social media. So just to mark it one more time, we wanted to play it during the conference. So here it is. We, the Euro-Central Asian lesbian community,
and TGU declare the trans
and lesbian movements in Europe,
Central Asia and the world
united in solidarity.
Our mutual solidarity is not new.
We were together during the Stonewall riots,
where Marsha, Stormé, Sylvia, and many other trans,
lesbians, and non-binary people threw the fast stone
and ignited the LGBT movement.
We're together now against the anti-gender backlash,
against those that strive to erase our identities and existences.
We are together where pride and feminist marches are banned or attacked.
Whether at Europride in Belgrade
or demonstrations in Turkey, Georgia, or Kazakhstan.
Join us at TGEU, European and Central Asian Trans Council in Berlin.
Or at the third ELC conference in Budapest.
Between the 29th of September and the 1st of October.
To send a powerful message. Together, we are strong.
And I'm just gonna point at Oana, if you can stand 1 second for preparing the video, but also for her resilience and resistance in collecting the videos from all of us and chasing us at crazy hours of the day and night, and then editing it and somehow miraculously making us all speak at the same time in the end. I was amazed so thanks for that. That was beautiful. And we move now to the last panel of the day on lesbians heading social justice movement. I will introduce it very briefly because I will leave Andrea and the speakers to tell us all about it. But the idea was, as we've heard earlier today, but also already yesterday, there is a phenomenon. We find lesbians everywhere. We were even saying yesterday how you cannot lift a rock without finding a lesbian there, but also then Malin Björk was like, actually, we're not just under the rocks, we're on top of the rocks. So we are in also all the social justice movements. And here we have a wonderful collection of speakers who can tell us about their fights as lesbians within other in intersectional fights, in other movements, and that's it for me. Janar, I will let you introduce our moderator.
Yes, and our moderator is Andrea, non-binary activist, refugee from Salvador, now living in Europe. So please welcome moderator and other speakers.
Thank you, Shanar. So thank you, audience. I'm happy. Thank you to my panelists for being here. So 2 quick things. First, I can be like really sitting for much longer because I'm very hyperactive. So I want to check in energy levels at this time of the day, which we have a very long day, and yesterday some of us traveled. So can you show hands from 0 to 5, 5 as the highest? Where is your energy level now? Can I see? Amazingly, I see a lot of 4s and 5s. Great! That is great! Thank you. You see? Lesbian vibe is a thing, right? We get energy from each other. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, please bear with us. None of us is, unless Ellen, but the rest of us is not, English is not our first language. So that's a thing we want to state because we were discussing about that earlier, how passionate we are when we are talking about the things we do as an activist, and you immediately switch to other language. So if you hear me dropping some Spanish word, it's because of that. So I want to welcome my amazing panel, and as Ev and Janar just stated, is about finding intersectionalities within our own movement as lesbian movement, but also in the layers that we share as individuals, right? So I think that they picked me as a moderator because I have like a lot of layers, like an onion inside me. I'm a lesbian, I'm non-binary, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a refugee, I'm a migrant at the same time. I mean, I'm a feminist. So each of us has so many layers that finding that fine point on intersectionality sometimes can be a challenge. And also intersectionality is a very, I would say, abstract term, an idea, that landing that into our day-to-day work and activism sometimes is not that easy to understand how that works. So that being said, and being the feminist I am, I want to introduce my panel. I will let them to introduce themselves every time you take the floor, and I will be, for you to know how we are going to work, I'll be throwing 3 different guiding questions. They already know the question, so they already have the answers, but we will hear now the answer. And we will make 3 rounds for each question. So I will start with Elena here, then Ellen, then Siam, then Elisa, and then Pierrette. And then I will start in the opposite direction. And at the end of the panel, since you showed me that you have 4 and 5 level of energy, we will open the floor for you to have Q&As with our amazing panel for you to start preparing your cues. Is that fine? Are you with me? Yay, perfect. Yay. So, first question, as I said, is about what is intersectionality means to you from the standing point where you develop your activism. That's the first question, because as I mentioned, bringing that abstract term of intersectionality sometimes is a challenge. So I will want to start there with Pierrette about what is intersectionality means to you from the standing point where you develop your activism, and if you could please introduce yourself while speaking. There's the mic. Yeah.
Alors, bonjour, je m'appelle Pierrette Piram. Je suis une femme lesbienne noire. J'ai créé l'association Divine LGBTQIA+, l'association afro-caribéenne LGBTQIA+.
So I am a black lesbian feminist, Afro-Caribbean. I have created the NGO A+, comment? LGBT, A+.
QIA+.
QIA+, LGBT.
On rajoute la lettre A par rapport à la communauté des asexuels.
We are adding the letter A also in the acronym to represent the asexual community.
Donc aujourd'hui, merci de cette invitation à ce panel sur l'intersectionnalité. De fait, être une femme noire, lesbienne et de fait dans l'intersectionnalité.
Thank you for inviting me to discuss intersection at this panel. In fact, being in the intersection.
L'intersectionnalité vient en tout cas pour ma part, et l'origine de l'intersexualité, le concept de l'intersectionnalité, notamment vient de l'avocate universitaire et militante afro-américaine Kimberly Crenshaw, qui a pris son concept et ses expériences avec des féminismes, afroféminismes noirs, lesbiennes, à Brooklyn, en 1974.
1974. I'm sorry, my brain is absolutely empty and dead at this point, so translating is now, so I have it, sorry. So the concept of intersectionality has been coined by the lawyer, the Afro-American lawyer Kimberly Crenshaw. She was working with lesbian, right? Afro-feminists in Brooklyn in 1974.
Elle prenait elle disait que une femme noire, donc la discrimination n'était pas la même et ne subissait pas la même oppression que la société en général, par ce fait, et qu'il fallait prendre en compte la double discrimination, être une femme et noire.
She explained how being a black woman was exposing you to a different type of discrimination or oppression than the rest of society in general, and that it was important to take into consideration the two grounds, the double ground of discrimination as a black person and a woman.
Et aujourd'hui, le terme intersectionnalité englobe, en fin de compte, prend en compte plusieurs facteurs d'oppression. Ça rassemble plusieurs oppressions. On peut être aussi une personne handicapée, on peut être aussi une personne pauvre.
Today, the notion of intersectionality has also extended to comprehend also other factors and grounds of oppression. For instance, having a disability or being in a situation of poverty.
Et aussi homosexuel.
And of course, homosexuality.
Et donc, l'intersectionnalité permet réellement, donne les clés pour comprendre aussi, pour comprendre et combattre toutes les oppressions sociétales.
So in fact, the intersectionality gives you the keys to really understand and therefore combat societal patterns of oppression.
Et permettre, quand on a une vision intersectionnelle, eh bien la société, comment dire, on peut envisager une société inclusive.
Through an intersectional vision, this is the only way to actually envision and create an inclusive society.
Et de ce fait, ma lutte par rapport à mon activisme et autant donc en tant que femme lesbienne noire, autant dans la lutte contre les LGBT-phobies et autant dans la lutte contre le racisme. Car je suis une femme noire lesbienne, je dois lutter contre l'oppression, les LGBT-phobies, la lesbophobie et le racisme. Je suis une femme noire lesbienne.
And so as such, my fights and my activism has to be both about LGBT phobia and lesbophobia, but also about racism, as I am a black lesbian.
Ça n'ira pas l'un sans l'autre.
It cannot go one without the other. Thank you.
Hi everyone, for me it's a great pleasure and an honor to be invited here and to have my main issue validated by being chosen to speak about it. I'm Elisa Manici and I'm a non-binary lesbian from Italy, and I'm a journalist, a writer and a media analyst. I've been a lesbian activist since 1995 when I was a teenager, and I've been a fat queer activist since 2009 when I met a Canadian artist, Alison Mitchell, who defined herself fat queer activist. So to me was very enlightening. And I think from a certain point of view, it's understandable that we have to fight for our rights to exist. We are in the middle of wars, we have fascist governments, so we play pretend that body doesn't matter, and we play pretend as lesbians that there aren't no issues about our bodies because we are all feminists and we are fighting the patriarchy, but obviously it's not the case, and issues about non-conforming bodies, fat bodies, disabled bodies, racialized bodies, and so on, and other kind of diversity, such as neurotypical people and so on, are totally overlooked or almost totally overlooked by the community, at least from an historical point of view. And furthermore, we like to pretend that, or some of us believe that these issues and this kind of suffering is only individual, and Western society, at least, gives us the fault for being fat because we are deviant and we have to correct ourselves themselves to be good and functional citizens. I have to inform you that even if you want to try, is hugely demonstrated that up to 95% of diets are doomed to fall by 5 years from their ending. So it's not really an issue about your force of will or shitty things like that. And it's not an individual suffering only, is an individual suffering too, but not only. It's a structural kind of oppression, because if I just a little bit of examples. If you are a fat person and a fat woman and a fat the female at birth, it's much more difficult to obtain a medical diagnosis, because all the doctors are going to say you that you have to lose weight, that is your problem. But it's not always the case. For example, when you tell that you have encountered sexual violence or abuse, if you are fat, you are believed even less than the standard woman, because they all think you're fat, you're disgusting, who wants to rape you, fatty, and so on. And about work, working, at least in Italy, is a big problem to find a job for all the people, or the young people especially. But if you're fat, to find the work is much harder, because they don't want that you are the face of their society because you're fat. So you, from a symbolical standpoint, you incarnate ugly values. They don't want to be associated with you. If you work in a grocery store, or if you want to be a PR officer or communication officer, and so on. And furthermore, there are a lot of intersections in the same history of fat phobia, because at the beginning of fat phobia, there is a lot of racism too, because in the United States of the 19th century, white women didn't want anything to do with the black women that was stereotypically represented as big, with a big ass, big tits, act to for sex and reproduction. So white women wanted to distanciate themselves a lot. And there are many similarities between queerness and fatness. Even they are perhaps a little bit counterintuitive. There is a scholar, Kathleen Lebesco, that wrote a book about, not all about this issue, but explaining the similarities and its revolting bodies. I strongly suggest you to read it. And queerness and fatness are judged or hypersexual, too prone to their instincts, and if you define something as a problem, you imply that there must be a cause, and that you should be able to eradicate the problem. It's the same for queerness and fatness. And the most powerful similarity, in my opinion, is the coming out, and you are probably thinking, how could you coming out as a fat person? Because it's the first thing I see about you. It's a mental process with which the fat person admits to herself and then to the others that fatness is a stable part of their identity, of her identity, and this is not gonna change. And this mental step is fundamental because you still live in a shitty world that hates you, okay, but with time, in time, you are freer and freer to do things that are socially forbidden to fat people, such as play sports, but for enjoying yourself, make movement to enjoy yourself, go dancing, go swimming, skating, and so on. And for the moment, I should stop myself. Sorry if I'm logorrheic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, Siham, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the organization. I will try my best in English because sometimes I forget, but even in French, so nobody understands why. It's okay. Voilà. En français. No, but I will do it in English because they ask me to, but also because I want to improve my English. Anyway, my name is Siham. I'm from Belgium. I'm an elder woman. I'm saying that because last time I was in a press conference in Brussels, I said, I'm an elderly woman, and everybody was like, why? What? But now I wrote it. I'm an elder woman in charge of equal chances in Schaerbeek, which is a commune in Brussels. I identify myself, I recognize myself in the Pierrette definitions of Crenshaw's intersectionality. So I will not talk about the definition because it is also mine. But I will more talk specifically about how it makes a connection with me. Comment ça fait écho à mon histoire. And it all started with, really recently actually, because that's all quite new for me, the practical definition of what intersectionality is. It all started with a quite sad event that happened in my life that I didn't ask for, but almost a year ago I was sexually harassed by a colleague who's also a politician. And it took me a while, but I eventually decided to press charges in May. Yeah. And there's where my journey begins. So it was, but it's a joyful journey, joyful with the rage and all the community. That's my definition of joy, which is not the same of happiness, but this is something else. So this happened, I pressed charges, and of course it was a political scandal in the national press, and everybody was like, what? This is, we know that it exists, but who is this girl who's just took this intern problem to just expose it in the face of the world? Okay, well, Belgium is really small actually, but okay, in the small world of Belgium, but of course it's not only Belgium, because the Me Too politique is so, like, we heard a lot about that, and I really want to thank my sisters in France who's like fighting like crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anyway, go back to Brussels. It was like something really crazy because it happened really fast. Actually, I pressed charges, and 2 days after, like all the press was like on my back, asking me a lot of questions. Of course, I was prepared because, yeah, well, you have to. But then something happened that I received like a phone call. First of all, from Alice and Sylvia, who were there and happened to be in Brussels at this moment. But I also received like, a phone calls from some friends, feminist. Intersectional activist who was like, were like, okay, Siham, what are you doing? Come in this bar. We are like organizing a protest, and you have to be there because we cannot let this guy be just a politician. We deserve better, and just come. And I was like, I'm coming, and I went actually. And we organized this protest. Well, they organized, but I was there. The communication, the slogans, the pancarte, like the thing. Yes, thank you. And this protest happened like a week after, like really at the same moment of the municipal council. That was something huge actually, because 500 persons were there. So it was suddenly something really huge. Yeah, actually yes. Yes. And it was really like our way to say, this is our revolution, you're gonna hear us now, because that's enough. And not only because it's me, but just because like that's enough actually. We cannot accept this, we deserve better. And that's why we were like 500 person like standing toward this city hall and screaming and just doing music, and we just like, it was really joyful actually. But then I realized something. I was like, when we were like preparing the protest, and I will arrive at the intersectionality really soon. I was just calling a lot of my friends that I used to go to protest with, and I realized something that really didn't pop up in my mind. I was just standing in front of this 500 person because I took the mic. And I was just realizing that, okay, actually, I really can see all the part of my life. Like, it started with all my friends that I was working with. I used to be, comment tu dis, ouvrière? A factory worker. Thank you. Yeah, ooh. It's really an interactive speak. Thank you very much. Actually, a factory worker. So all some old colleagues were there, but then also my friends and my sisters from the queer feminists were there too. My family, actually, which is really strange because, like, why? But okay. My girlfriend, and of course my family doesn't really want to talk about this, but it's okay. My girlfriend was there with her family, so I was like, okay, what's this actually? And I think that's I was like, okay, that's actually all my parts and all the things that are important for me, but not only for me, because obviously they were there. At the end of this protest, my sister came to me and was like, yeah, the first time you came at home with this yellow hair, because that is a topic in my family, we really laughed actually, but now I see, and I like, how many of you are there? Like, we were always told you were only you could come with this haircut. But then, that really made me laugh actually, because I realized that actually we are many of us. I always thought that I was only me as a lesbian. I was only me as a Muslim lesbian, but also as a feminist. Lesbian, Muslim, anyway, and I was like, yeah, that is actually intersectionality. That's for me where all the fights can come together, and as a community, we are so strong. So now, my definition of intersectionality is not I am a woman, I'm Muslim. No, we are women, we are Muslims, we are lesbians, we are feminists, and we are gonna come and kick your ass, actually. And just to finish on a actually quite positive note, because I was talking with my friend who was like, yeah, you have to celebrate, this is a celebration. So I'm going to say it. The man that harassed me had another girl just pressed charges against him, and he finally decided to get sick, not to go away from the politics, of course, but to get sick. And this is already a victory, so I want to share it with you. Yay. Voilà. That's the first step.
Yes, thank you, Siham, for that very powerful story. Now we will hear from Ellen. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you, staying out to the end of the program. I need to preface my contribution today with, first of all, like a caveat announcement, because I'm actually here speaking on behalf of Nevena Tarlanovic, who is a friend of mine and a collaborator, and we work together on multiple projects. And she's an activist, we're both based in Serbia, activist, not only LGBT activist, but also a person with disabilities. And she's spent a lifetime being an activist in that. And so when I speak on her behalf, it's because she has actually asked me to be here today for her. And she has confidence in me, so I will try. I'm honored, and I will try very hard not to let her down. And yes, I think I can. From there on, I can say that Nevena and I were introduced. I've been living in Serbia for 5 years, and we were introduced at the beginning of the pandemic year because I had been appointed to an independent project. I was volunteering for Belgrade Pride, and I was appointed to do an independent project because I said, if we're doing Euro Pride, we really have to work on, at physical accessibility, all sorts of disabled accessibility, because Serbia is notorious and notoriously needs to work on that. And, I had some previous experience with a friend from Athens Pride who organized that, and Athens in Greece being also somewhat inaccessible, I had some ideas, and the organizer said, great, you can do this. Make it an independent project, and you can find your own funding. Okay, I said, very naive, and I was very inexperienced at this, but it sounded like a great idea at the time. Sounded like something I could do. So I was connected to Nevena at that point, who had been working as an activist and also in political circles, as being I think she may be one of the only out queer political activists in Serbia. And so she has her own organization, and I was talking to her about her experiences. And I mean, honestly, to exist as a queer woman, as a disabled person in Serbia is political. To be open about yourself, and she is very fortunate that she has cerebral palsy, and she is able to exit her flat. She's able to go about town with aid. But I mean, the case is that so many people are not. I mean, the vast majority of disabled people in Serbia, here I am speaking about physically disabled, as in the case of Nevena, this is our experience, so this is where we're speaking from. People are literally trapped at home for their entire lives because, they are dependent on their family members. If they're lucky enough to have partners or marry, then they're dependent on their family members for care, basically. Because even if you weren't at Belgrade Pride for Euro Pride, I don't think I have to explain too much about. I mean, the government there is not really necessarily interested in helping. The programs that are there are not really functioning well. The aid programs for disabled folks are, by and large, hosted by the Orthodox Church, who we saw at the head of the anti-Pride protests in Belgrade. So there's a very strong connection there. And so the disabled community who is able to be out, who is able to have a social life, a lot of them are very strictly homophobic. So when I messaged Nevin and we were talking about this question, and she simply answered with, personal is political, existence is political, so yeah.
Thank you for that, Ellen. Thank you very much indeed. We will hear from Elena as well, an experience from, she already have it. Yeah. Thank you. Elena, please. Thank you.
1 second, please. I need to speak in Russian because I spoke in English in last workshop, and I tried in first step. Please. Of this event, and I want to thank you. And now I will speak in Russian.
I'd say that I'm a representative of a country that leads a colonial aggressive war. And this is not the first time. And now this conflict is ongoing, unfortunately. And I've received an invitation for this panel a short while ago. That's why I only took notes about the things I'd like to mention, I'd like to say on my phone, about the things I would like to say. And before that, I'd like to say a couple of words about me. My name is Alena Lovina, with the pronouns she and her. I'm a queer artist, and I think that's the most important thing I identify myself as. And then there are different other names I call myself. And as for intersectionality, I can speak about lesbianism and the people who live with difficulties and people who are handicapped. I work in the field of I work in the field of fighting for rights of women who are handicapped. In 2019, we established an organization that deals with feminism and handicapped women, and we would like to point to vulnerability and how being handicapped gives us a surface of vulnerability, and also as being women at the same time. And it is very difficult for us to work in Russia in the field of rights and opportunities for queer women who are handicapped at the same time. But now, in a month or two, I'm sure that there's going to be a new legal act adopted that will prohibit us speak about the rights of LGBT community. I'm sure that this is something that's coming up next. I'm sure that in a month or two, we will not be able to speak about LGBTQI issues for adolescents. If such people come to our events, I'm sure that we're going to be persecuted and such people are going to be tortured. I don't want to speak about oppression, repercussions, and torture. Unfortunately, I will have to speak about it. However, when the Russian army entered Ukraine, activists who were protesting against the war, against the aggression, they are being oppressed. One of my colleagues, she's an artist. Her name is Alexandra Skachilenka. She's in preliminary apprehension. She's a bisexual woman, and she's been in this apprehension for 6 months now. She cannot, as she's not married with her partner, she cannot be visited by her partner. Alexandra has an autoimmune disease, which makes her apprehension and her arrest even more difficult to bear with. So this is the level of respecting of rights of people living with diseases for people of LGBT in Russia. And if we speak about the anti-war protests, I'm sure that you've heard about the feminist anti-war protests. Have you heard about that? Of course. On the 25th of September, Daria Ivanova, I don't know Daria Ivanova personally, but people came to her home, policemen came to her home, they tortured her for putting anti-war stickers. I don't know how well you know the political situation, the current political situation in Russia, but from 26th of September, there's a mobilization that's been announced. This is, I'm sure, although it says a partial mobilization, it is not going to be partial in soon, I'm sure. All men are sent to the war zone to fight against Ukraine. Activists are protesting against it. We are in a very complicated and a very difficult situation at the moment. It is very difficult to lead any kind of activist activity. As for people living with disability, and I represent all those people here today, people with disability who live in Russia or Ukraine or who live in Central Asia. We do not have an opportunity to openly protest on behalf of our people against the current politics. Unfortunately, there are plenty of people with disabilities, and it is very difficult for them to maintain a dialogue for their own rights. I fight for women who live with disabilities and for the rights of queer persons. And I'm facing a very difficult choice. Do I have to fight for the rights of women with disability who support the current government? At the moment, my personal choice is as follows. I need to be open about my protests in Russia or to focus on my routine work and to develop our activities for the rights of women with disabilities. For the last 4 years, me and my colleagues, women with disability, we have built an association. It is called Inva Girls, Girls with Disability. Disability. It's called Disability Invalidность. Girls means young ladies. So our community is called Inva Girls, Invalidность meaning disability. This is necessary for us to skip the word of feminism, because our community is called Women, Disability and Feminism. This is the whole name of our association. Our fight includes the fight for feminist values, and it also includes the rights of LGBTQI people. I would say that now we have to work as partisans. We cannot fight openly. Actually, we've never been able to express openly our opinion. When we organized a festival, a state TV channel came to see us, and then they recorded a couple of video clips about lesbians who organize festivity for people with disability. Well, it sounded really creepy, to tell you the truth. We feminists living with disability are clowns in the eyes of the society. Now, In the moment, we have no instruments to fight a political fight and political battle. I am scared of political oppression because I do depend on the conditions and circumstances of the place I'm living in, because I have an everyday routine that I can follow in my hometown, and I need to stay in this city. And I need to keep on fighting to improve the life of women with disability. We created a chat platform where we inform people with the help of a cartoon. Unfortunately, I cannot show it to you, but after the event, if you're interested, I will show you this cartoon. And in the cartoon, we show how a woman with disability can be independent. They should not depend on their husband or their family members. Such a woman can find resources, can find friends, and can find support. There's another very important path or direction that we're taking is to increase the representation of women with disability in every possible level. And now, although I'm really tired, I continue my work. I'm sitting on this stage in this wheelchair. And this way, I try to increase the visibility of women with disability who use the wheelchair. Thank you so much.
For your inspiring work, all of you. We have heard from racism to queer fat resistance, from neurodiversity, fat phobia, how being a survivor of sexual harassment is a turning point to understand intersectionality, how religion, faith-based community is also part of our identities, physical disabilities, trapped at home. We said that we are queer artists, women with disabilities and representation, and how we work together with the feminist movement, how we face oppression, and also how we mobilize in anti-war movements. So that's how wide lesbian movement and lesbians are working around these issues and around the world. And as Ev mentioned earlier, if you pick up and turn a stone, most likely you will find a lesbian. So for me, it's really important, and not only for me, but for the audience, it would be really nice to hear from you, dear panelists, how we build those bridges across movements. Because sometimes, for example, we use myself as an example, I do a lot of advocacy regarding visibilizing realities of refugees in Europe, because that's one of my identities. But sometimes when I work within the refugee movement, they do not recognize LGBTIQA+ people seeking asylum or refugees. Like they're not connecting dots around that. So could you please share your experience about how is it to build across solidarity across movements? And I will just quickly throw the third question, because we are running out of time. It's more than a question or reflection. Is there something powerful within European and Central Asia feminism that allows or catalyzes the cross-movement solidarity, but also that makes strengthen or might make stronger the intersectionality lens when we are working on it? So that's it. Thank you. We will start with Pirit again. Thank you.
Alors comment, pour répondre à la première question, enfin la seconde question, comment créer des liens plus spécifiques? Eh bien, par rapport en tout cas aux associations et collectifs et groupes de femmes lesbiennes noires, par rapport à l'association Divine, notamment, nous, eh bien, on est encore dans la discussion avec le groupe majoritaire, la norme, enfin, qui se veut le modèle de normes, les groupes, eh bien, essentiellement de personnes blanches. On est encore en lien, enfin, à faire des liens d'échange, sachant que ça reste encore, enfin, c'est difficile, c'est difficile quand même. Oui.
So in terms of creating the bridges, we have collectives and organizations that are of black lesbians, black women and lesbians. For example, through the association Les Divines, they try to foster the discussions with the majority groups, so meaning the dominating groups in a way, the one that is the model that carries the norm, meaning, in other terms, groups that are comprised primarily of white people, and they try to create the link with a lot of exchanges, but it does remain difficult.
Sachant que, enfin, en France, les groupes, enfin, le féminisme les associations féminisme, dit féminisme, sont essentiellement blanches et n'ont pas forcément pris en compte directement les problématiques aussi rencontrées par les femmes noires. Et donc, il y a toute toute une lutte entre le féminisme blanc et le féminisme dit afroféminisme, notamment.
In France, in particular, feminist associations are primarily white and tend to not or do not take into consideration the specific problematics and issues that black women have. So there is this tension between feminism, meaning white feminism, and Afrofeminism.
Voilà. Un exemple, nous quand même, pour les grandes journées internationales de lutte pour les droits de la femme, eh bien c'est quand même de se rassembler ensemble pour les divines et dans les manifestations, les grandes manifestations pour le droit des femmes, nous créons quand même notre cortège porté essentiellement donc de femmes noires pour aussi apporter comment dire et commémorer aussi nos victimes des violences contre les femmes noires, qui sont le plus souvent oubliées et invisibilisées dans les statistiques qui ont été mises en place de féminicide. On ne comptait pas les victimes de violences faites aux femmes des Caraïbes.
So as an example, what we try to do is, as an example, during the international days for the rights of women, for women's, what's the international day for the women's rights? Women's rights. Yeah. I feel like I'm forgetting a bit. We participate with Les Divines. We take part in the marches. We join the parade with our own signs. And that way we try to contribute and to commemorate the black women and our own victims, because what we know is that very often black women are forgotten and invisibilized and very clearly are missing from the statistics. In France we are keeping track of feminicides, and for example the femicides that happen in the Caribbean are not taken into consideration in those figures.
Donc de porter quand même nos luttes en créant des rassemblements, des manifestations, aussi d'organisations essentiellement portées par les personnes noires et racisées, mais en conviant l'ensemble de nos alliés à venir nous rejoindre aussi dans des manifestations, lors de manifestations telles que la Pride radicale.
But the other thing we do is to also create our own gatherings, our own events that are, in that case, carried and conducted by black persons and persons of color. And to these events we invite our allies. And as an example, during the alternative pride, or the radical pride, or marche.
Marche de fierté, oui.
Yeah, the radical pride march.
Aussi, eh bien, c'est difficile hein, parce que aujourd'hui, la conférence ELC, donc européenne, eh bien, c'est d'être présente aussi et de s'exprimer devant quand même un public essentiellement de lesbiennes blanches. Ça reste quand même difficile de porter aussi eh bien le regard d'une femme lesbienne noire. Et là, ça se voit aussi, je suis perturbée.
And this is an example today too. I'm here at the C Conference. I'm present and I am I'm asked to express myself publicly in front of a crowd that is mostly white lesbians, and to bring to carry the voice of a black lesbian woman, and I am destabilized.
Voilà. Malgré ça, c'est la deuxième année pour ma part que je participe à la conférence européenne lesbienne. Donc ça démontre aussi de créer des liens quand même voilà, on est à être dans la continuité pour resserrer les liens.
And this is the second time. This is the second ELC conference that I am attending. So it's just to underline the importance of creating those links and those connections, and to ensure a continuity of it.
Voilà. La troisième question.
The other question. Sorry that I'm not using the mic, but the other question was about there is. I know. Sorry. I will use one. I will run. Wait. Bear with me. Okay, I have a mic now. Be happy. The other question was about where is it that is it within the own feminism that works as a catalyzer or as something that makes stronger the intersectionality? For us in Latin America, for example, which is the part of the world where I'm from, we use entry points such as indigenous rights, advocating for environment. And those are crossroads that lead us to intersectionality almost automatically, but it's also really rooted in feminism values. So do you, or are you able to identify something like that in Afro-Caribbean, but also sort of European or Central Asia for the rest of the panel, feminism?
Qu'est-ce qui a provoqué
I have to say that I'm also struggling with the question, so maybe it's not.
Yes, I mean, we all were like trying to solve that question together, but the thing is, like, if we can identify something that brings us together within the feminism perspective that incorporates intersectionality as an automatic thing to do. If you can identify, if not, we can just move forward with the question. It's just like a reflection we were trying to have together. But if it's such as a struggle, we can just skip it. We are all very tired. It's very late. Yeah? Sorry? You need to turn it on?
Are we taking questions from the floor?
No, I don't know what is happening. Yeah. We are not still taking questions from the audience. I will let that happen. Just to be mindful of time.
Yeah, maybe if the other speakers want to answer, and then we can, if there is a reaction by Pierrette, I will translate at the end about.
Yes. I'm just checking time because I know it has been a really long day. So for us to be please mindful on time, maybe we can just focus around the question on building trust. We have like 15-minute stops. So that's really very short time. And then I will try to give 2 questions from the audience. So if we can just center around the issue on how to build cross-movement solidarity, so that's easier to answer than the rest of the other things. Thank you.
I could speak a lot about Italian LGBT plus movement, but I'm choosing to focalize on fatness and queerness issues because they are less heard about. And so, for the mainstream people, there is a figure that I call the Vitruvian man of patriarchy, a quite young, cis, white, able, thin, neurotypical man, cis man, of course, and in some kind of way, all we people who are different from the Vitruvian patriarchal man, we are all queers for one reason or another, or a list of reasons. So how to build cross-movement border? If you are a person that is fat and want to make activism, you don't necessarily have to make an organization or a collective. It may come with the years. Now I have my first queer fetish collective, but it has come after I published my books. Before that I was alone as a queer fetish in Italy. And we have, it's a lot of work. If you are fat, you have to be patient. I know we usually say that we are entitled to our rage, but in reality, if, in my experience at least, if you want a social change in the LGBT plus community, you have to be very patient and explain to the people that we are all monsters for the patriarchy, and they have to consider us and our instances and our issues. And instead, historically, there are gay people or lesbian people that are white and cis, so their only difference is the homosexuality, and they tend to to live. Sorry, I'm very tired too. To leave all of us freaks behind. And you have to be very patient and to go through quite a lot of personal suffering, because you have to be the pine up the butt of the comrades, and when you have the energy, sanction them when they make fat talk. Oh, in a dress, in that dress, she looks like a whale. When they make diet talk, oh, I'm eating 3 cookies, it's my dinner, don't worry, and so on. And when you because in Italy it's the situation at the moment. People have understood that fatness is a real discrimination, or less smart people have understood that is a fashion, is very hype to consider the several differences, but sometimes they invite us to speak and they don't consider any of our accommodations. I was invited many times to speak in places where they had chairs with arms too little for my fucking butt, and it's so embarrassing when you are in front of 1,000 people or 2,000 people and so on. So don't use us as a token, please. And it would be very nice if you, as a lesbian activist, would wanna go through a journey of deconstructing your internalized fat phobia, because it would not only benefit us, the fat people, but you too. Like Foucault teaches us, the internalized gaze, the internalized male gaze, it's shit, and even if you don't are fat, you usually eat a little bit yourself from any reason about your body, because patriarchy says you so. And if you want fat queer people to really join you without social anxieties, you have to make the right accommodations to make us live a full experience. One last example that it could be stupid, but to me it's not stupid at all. If you make merchandising and if you produce a t-shirt, fuck you, produce the t-shirt in larger size. It never fucking happens, okay? In Bologna, there is a very good lesbian film festival, and I've been asking to their organizers, my acquaintance, I've been known many of them for 20 years, please make larger size, please make larger size. Only the last year, 2021, after I published my book about fatness, they made 2XL. This year, 2022, they expressed themselves making 4XL. Oh, thank you so much. So I shouldn't have to pray you for anything. And I'm quite without shame because I'm middle-aged. I have a bit of fur in my stomach, and I am autistic too. And autistic people, autistic AFAB, assigned female at birth, are usually very loud about issues they care. So I am without shame, but the vast majority of fat people is full of shame, so they totally hate themselves. And if you go in a club and so on, speak to us too, because in Italy and in Europe quite a lot, in the United States are different about this kind of thing. They don't speak to me, they usually don't speak to me because I'm fat, I'm a monster. They don't want to be seen in public engaging with me, and they don't want me to think I could be liked by a fucking lesbian. So yes, I have a big PTSD, sorry for the bad words.
Thank you.
I'm going to be really quick. Thank you. I really loved your... we want to talk later. Okay, thank you. I'm going to be really quick, but voilà. This is a difficult question, actually, how to make those crossovers. It's not really easy. I have a really simple example in my mind, but those feminists that I'm a part of, we are quite young. I'm not talking about the age, but the generation, because I think this is something this has to be with the generation, sorry. We were like fighting against police violence, which is a topic really important, especially those last years. People who would have been... Ça y est, it's the end of the day, I'm like collapsing. Okay, thank you. There is no queer feminist who is fighting against police violence. And when I was talking with my old friends, we were like fighting for like 20 years against police violence. I was like, yeah, but why don't you fight together? You know, we could have really be stronger. And they were like, but no, I don't know, those lesbians, we don't have anything to do. It's not a majority. I'm just talking about a specific example, which is, I think, telling a lot of what is the matter with why don't we fight together. We can be really, really strong together because we are all in this margin. Is it clear? In the way? Thank you. All in the margin, but anyway, I really, it's my analysis, so I'm not an expert, but this is how I explain it. I think there is two major problems that explain this difficulty. First of all, in Belgium, like in France, there is this universalism feminist, which is the institutional feminism. And there is really this fight, I say fight because it's quite violent sometimes when you open Twitter, and it's like really, really, I'm thinking about Sandrine Rousseau, which is a feminist, a French feminist. It's horrible, the violence that she's living now, but this universalism feminism is really opposed to the intersectional feminist. That's really something. That's why when I told you, when you say to someone who's universalist, you're intersectional, it's really an insult. I think. I mean, that is where it is now in Europe, in France and Belgium. I really don't know about the other countries, but France, Belgium, really complicated. The first problem I was talking about is when the universalism feminist is the institutional feminist, it means all the money that helps to organize, to have workers, it's not possible. So there is a lot of competition, and it's really complicated when there is no money. So you have people who have to fight and work in the same time. So it's really complicated to get organized. So I think it's one of the reasons why it's so complicated to have something really organized. But it is organized now, but it's all benevolent and they work for free, so it's really, really complicated. And the other is that we've been taught to individualize our struggle. We didn't learn to think as a community, because I think there is a danger for whom that doesn't want to lose the power, and I think it's something really that I felt recently with the story I've done before. But yeah, I think maybe one of the solutions is to learn to take back this power of ours, to mutualize our energy or our strength, because we are all in this margin, and yeah, let's be a community. I don't have any solution, so voila, but yeah, it is difficult, but it's quite changing now. I see a lot of new connections, and I think I have hope for the rest of about the last question. I don't know, I'm still learning about this these things that we may have in common, so I will not be able to answer, but I'm eager to learn of what's bringing us together and be a community of lesbian European and fight the patriarchat. Voilà. Thank
you. All right, down to the last few. I would like to say that I can luckily wrap, I think, both answers, both questions into the same answer. And with my perspective as an anthropologist coming from outside Serbia, and Nevina's experience as well, the project, each project that we've tried has actually failed, and we are trying to engage the disabled community. And as I said before, that you know, the homophobia that's deep-seated from the church is really sort of a roadblock to engaging the disabled community who is not queer with us. And even, I mean, the disabled community who is queer, who is invisible, who we cannot reach out to, who has no voice. Because the LGBT community who has a voice in Serbia, you heard them. I mean, they're loud, but I mean, there's so many people who are not represented, and disabled people do not have that voice. So we don't even know how many. And we would like to, this is the goal of our next project that we really just need funding for, is that, funding, if there are donors out there, we really would like to create like a communication hub in the basis of a website, and create broadcasts or podcasts, something that is something you can, you know, that will reach out to people who are maybe stuck in their homes with nothing else, and say that yes, we want to have a hub for communication, and we want to create a database, and we want to do all of these things. In time, we want to expand and do all of these things, but just to start with creating a way for people to contact us, to communicate. And I think, I think that whole European or Central Asian feminine, like intersectionality thing, it's all part of the culture, because in Serbia it was very, from my perspective, as someone who was socialized in the US or England, it was, I took on that project saying, yeah, this is great, we can create a sense of community, and Serbia is much more individualist, and the actual, I was losing hope until I came to the ELC. Thank you guys, because I've seen so many Serbian women and Balkan women who are here and just creating that sense of community, and I was very happy. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here as well. And so there is that, yes. I think I probably forgot many important things, but that was essentially it. We want to empower, give them the voice, so that the people with disabilities, we gradually want to change the political body of Serbia, because right now it doesn't function. And the only way to do that is to let them speak for themselves, to say, these are our actual problems here, you know, let's do something about it, let's vote, let's change. You're not alone, basically. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elena, it's your turn.
I compiled a list. Yeah. So I compiled a list to quickly teach you what intersectional feminism is, but that's a joke, of course. So this might sound a little strange, but however, I'll give it a try. So I'm going to read this out. How we can reach equality and so forth. So first of all, we need to understand laws and we need to understand legislation. Sorry, I just remembered what I wanted to say. I really wanted to thank our interpreters because I haven't seen our interpreters, but I would like to say that they're doing a great job. Thank you so much. They're doing an amazing job. So, thank you. And so first of all, we need to understand law and legislation. We need to understand the risks that we might face while dealing with our tasks and responsibilities. So this is something I wanted to add to the previous questions. So basically, whatever we do, we would deserve 10 years of prison term. So, but however, then we need to understand not only verbal signs, but non-verbal signs as well. Sometimes we also need to take into consideration those feminists and those activists who are nonverbal, and we need to give them voice. We need to help them become verbal. Because I also know that there are people who are on the autism spectrum and they cannot voice whatever they have to say. So we need to be inclusive, but we need to give them space on conferences. Also, we need to understand our privileges. I'm verbal. I'm white. I have a voice. I'm educated. And I have the opportunity to learn English, and I can always develop my skills and participate in conferences. We always have to remember that when we are here, it means that we are privileged. We are privileged people. Next, many things depend on empathy. I'm not sure how empathy can be developed. However, we need to work on that. Next, we need to speak up openly about our vulnerability. If we are afraid to say that we are oppressed, that we don't feel well, then I'm sure that nobody will hear us, nobody will be interested in what we have to say if we don't have a voice, if we don't say it out loud. Sorry for skipping from one topic to another. Then, do not forget about people on the autism spectrum. As an activist, I work with people with disabilities, and it is important for us to see that there are disabilities that are visible and there are ones that are non-visible. There are people with disabilities who have chronic illnesses and other illnesses as well. We need to understand that there are many women with disabilities who are systematically violated because their disability is non-visible, and patriarchy unfortunately makes them even more vulnerable. I don't identify as a cis woman, but I want to remember my colleagues who do not identify themselves as binary, don't feel comfortable with identifying as binaries. Then another recommendation and suggestion: we should not be scared of looking not right or looking bad. For example, if I had the opportunity to protest in front of a governmental building, I would do that. But I also know that activists in other countries, for example, in the U.S., people with disabilities, they stormed the White House, if you can remember, and a couple of years ago, those people were considered as freaks. However, they could fight for their rights, and I think we have a lot to learn from those people who maybe make us feel uncomfortable. We don't have to be afraid of making somebody feel uncomfortable. Next recommendation: we need to find our partners. We need to find allies because we are the minority. We need to find people who can support us. And I'm sure that we need to find allies among people who do not have the same disabilities. We also need to remain flexible when we make decisions. Being flexible means sometimes being weak. And it means that sometimes I distance myself from the problems while I don't feel the safe distance. Safety is an important notion. Sometimes they say, put the mask on first on your face and then put the mask on your child. If you remember, that's what's being said on the airplane. So that's what I mean when I speak about safety. And I also want to share my life hack with you. In spite of me being an intersectional feminist, and I have plenty of vulnerabilities in my everyday life and work. I'm also a lesbo separatist. So I try not to work with white, cisgender, heterosexual men because, as practice shows, this cooperation does not bring me any good in my career growth. Also, as for clubs, I want to say that when I'm in the club, many people come up to me and without asking for my permission, they start talking to me. And if you see a person with disability, I'd like to ask you to I kindly ask you not to show fake kindness. We do respect each other, and we value the achievements in each other and not the inspiration points. And as for solidarity, I think that many have been said about solidarity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this amazing panel. I think that Elena made an awesome summary of what we've been hearing for the last 1 hour and a half. It's about representation, it's about being present, using our voices, but also trying to make those bridges and heroes and be really as solidarity as possible. I will end the panel here because I understand that people is really tired. Thank you very much. Claps to Eve because she's been doing the translation. Thank you, Eve, for the translation for Pierrette. Thank you for staying with us until this time of the day. It's almost 8 p.m. I want to say. It's time for dinner. I don't know if we don't have any announcements, Eve, to make. No?
No, not really an announcement, but just a technicality. Scholars, sorry for the rest. This is for the scholars. For our scholars, dinner is at the hotel, and it's only for scholars. So, I know we have another announcement.
And yeah, you see, I knew it.
There was a suggestion. There was a suggestion to speak about the security because Barbara told that. So there was a suggestion by some of the participants to remember the security outside of this venue, especially in terms of affections.
Demonstration.
Can you help me?
Okay, so, well, I mean, you said it, but just be mindful walking out of, I mean, we are still in Budapest and in Hungary, so when you're outside the spaces of the conference, when you're walking back or when in public transportation, just be mindful for your own safety, how you might show affection, or, I mean, you can guess. Just be careful and act safely. We had some recommendations in the participant pack, so when you return to the hotel, take care of yourselves and remember, oui, je te dis tout. En français?
Moi, je vais faire un petit mot aussi pour montrer ma solidarité aux très peu de personnes noires et racisées dans la conférence. Voilà, je vous aime et on est ensemble.
Just a last word from Pierrette for all the persons of color in the conference, that she loves you and that she's with you.
Thank you.
All right. See you tomorrow and see you at the cultural program.
Yes.
There's more for today. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a great panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.